relies heavily on his ground strokes. He does not serve and volley very frequently. He does try to come to the net some behind a good approach shot. He's not a bad volleyer, but he's not really confident up there or misses a couple volleys. He puts more premium on that. On the other hand, Pat Cash, very, very quick about the court, has an all-around game. Strokes. The serve sometimes lets him down, but he's getting better and better, and amused at how well he can come.
You hear that when you get to the U.S. Open. You hear it said so many times that a player doesn't have a weapon that he can hurt you with, and that's why in many cases he doesn't make it this far. These two obviously do have weapons. What would you say they are?
Well, the real weapon for Pat Cash is his speed about the court. He doesn't have one shot that we would call a concluder, but he is a very solid all-around plies. They're pretty big, pretty solid, and normally someone that big doesn't always cover the court that well, but he's different in his situation. Ivan Lendl.
There's the past record.
Right.
They played twice already.
2-0. But Ivan Lendl has a good serve, but his big weapon besides the serve is a forehand. When he backs into the backhand corner, he hits what we call the off forehand. He'll hit it back to the backhand side of a right-hander, and he's very, very good with it. He's an all-around player too. He got the monkey off his back, as he said, by winning the French championships this year, a Grand Slam event. So that's out of his mind, and I expect to see a terrific match.
All right, we'll be back with more tennis action after this word from your local station.
Tony alluded to Pat Cash's size, especially in the leg area. Well, he used to play Australian rules football. Now, of course, he's concentrating solely on tennis. Reached the semifinals at Wimbledon, then here. And I asked Pat if he was satisfied just reaching the semifinals of this tournament.
I might tend to fall into that. That theory that I'm satisfied, but I'm not really. That's why I've got to, I've got to get out there and I'm going to try and beat the guys. And I don't worry about the semi-final or first round. I'm just going to go out there and try and win.
And Tony and Pat, he struck me as being confident, almost cocky, and he's a young man who will not back away from trouble. Let's go for Pat and Tony.
Don't forget. Well, Brent, one of the criticisms, if that's a correct choice of words, of Pat Cash was his temperament. The fact that he was a little bit too sure of himself, that he might have been a little cocky.
Ladies and gentlemen,
but we'll see in McEnroe.
Well, I watched Pat Cash play throughout Wimbledon this past summer, and his behavior was fine. There was nothing wrong with it at all. I think he did act badly a couple of times, and the Australian officials and some friends and family got on him about it. And I think he recognizes his position. He wants to be a good player and well respected. He is confident. He's not cocky necessarily. He's just quietly confident. He knows how well he can play. He knows how good he is now, and he knows he's going to get better.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, so you need that if you're going to get up in this strata. This match isn't over yet. There's the women's final.
Let's check out how he got this far to the semifinals. Pat Cash. Stasi first, Brad Gilbert second, then Todd Nelson, Greg Holmes, and then Wilander.
This is about the stage in the fourth
You know, if you can beat a person the caliber of Wilander, you've got to have some talent.
They've been a little quiet so far.
I think they're feeling the tension the same way. If they got what they wanted, a five-setter.
His record
now they're not sure. They don't want to do it to Lendl again.
Well,
right?
It speaks very well for itself. We'll see.
Brian Teacher in straight sets. Eddie Edwards in 4 sets. Jimmy Brown easily. Andres Jarrett in 3 straight easily. And Andres Gomez. We all thought that was going to be a tougher match against Andres Gomez. And that shows you what kind of a player Lendl is, because Gomez is playing beautifully. He's ranked 4th in the world. And Lendl handled it.
15 love. Cash will serve as they wait for the crowd to settle down. The chair is Charles Beck of Conway, New Hampshire. Packed house.
Ready? And this is what everybody's waiting for. Great day of tennis.
30 love.
That's what we call a young lob.
Lob 15.
Charles Beck, chair umpire.
Good shot.
Really held the racket a long time, didn't he?
Yep. Got it ready early, waited.
Sometimes I think he talked about Cash being only 19.
Ball down the line.
And it's hard to believe that man, Ivan Lendl, is just 24.
He really hasn't made it
like he's been around a long time.
You can see runner-up the last 2 years to Jimmy Connors.
15, 30.
Great shot.
Unbelievable shot.
Yeah, super shot. He had to go for it. He was way out of court. Right selection here. Let's have a look at Lendl. He plays it good. Nothing wrong with that. Just a super shot from Cash. Scores at 30 all. Crowd starting to buzz.
I don't know if you saw it, but Cash really had that racket back early. So when he got over there on the deadline, all he had to do was pull the trigger and back it forward.
Lendl waiting now for the crowd to settle down.
Cash covered the down the line passing shot.
Scoreboard is not operating at the
Lendl
moment.
barely
They had
got
an
there, so
incorrect
couldn't really
score
make
up,
much
and
of
now
a
they
shot. But Lendl
still
has
got
the
it
ability to make
incorrect.
a lot of those on the run,
302.
and normally it is down the line. If I were a player,
Also,
I would normally Lendl passes off the backhand down.
30 all to score. They finally got it corrected. Somebody up in the stands had one of the balls.
Well, maybe I would if I could do
Throw it
that.
back into the
6
court.
aces for Lendl.
40, 30.
I think Kyle made a good play there by waiting for the
He was leaning
last
for
point.
down the line again.
30, 40.
Yeah, see, there's no power on this volley because he did a good job just to get to it, and Lendl surprised him by rolling back cross court. If that ball's hit a little bit harder on the volley, he couldn't get there early enough to do that. Break point.
Cash has that service motion that takes him forward and takes him to the net, and he gets there in a hurry.
All stems from a toss that goes forward into the court, so you're leaning in, and as you're hitting, you're taking your first step forward. In action. Been a beauty. Hope you're enjoying it.
Double fault by Cash. That's 4 for him.
Not the way to start off a game at 3-4 down in the 5th. First serve left him in his first service game of this set when he led 1-love in a break. Ooh.
Speed and or spin. That's good. Live at deuce.
Advantage, Lendl.
Another break point for Lendl. First game, first set. That serve fell very, very short. And if you play a guy that's going to take your second serve and try to come in off of it, that's the kind you'd come in behind.
Is a tough second serve.
Deuce.
And I think something really surprised Lendl for going for something like that on the second serve down a break point.
Advantage, Cash. Game, Cash.
Struggle. Cash holds. Speaking of the NFL, Commissioner Pete Rozelle on his lovely wife Carrie alongside. Both avid tennis fans. Dan Rather in front. So we got just about every day of the week covered. There's Mike Wallace.
When you play with the commissioner, you want to cover down the alley in the deuce court. He likes to go down there with his forehand.
He's got a little stuff on everything. Plays tennis like he negotiates.
Short second serve.
Love 40.
3 break points. If Cash does that a few times early and does it with any success, Lendl might have to change his serving strategy, and I'll get that in just a moment. Great way.
Two-love Cash.
Cash leads 2 games to love.
Oh, there's an early swing. Lendl had 2 break points on Cash's first serve. Couldn't capitalize. Now Cash is broken, so he gets the early jump.
5 breaks.
Wojtek Feedback.
Who works with Lendl, his friend. Had an excellent career himself.
Lendl thought the ball took a funny bounce, I think.
Well, Cash put a little kick on that one. We call an American twist. Hit, jumps up and away from the right hand to the backhand side.
Ran around and hit a forehand winner.
30 love.
30 love, Bubba.
Remember a couple of years ago asking Jimmy Connors who he saw on the horizon as a rising young star, and that was the first name out of his mouth, Pat Cash. That was close.
That's just too good.
Love.
Some sight, this huge panorama. Men's semifinals, Ivan Lendl against Pat Cash. Double fault. That's the first one.
40-15.
Aim to Cash, and he leads 3-love. Pat Summerall and Tony Trabert. Lendl and Cash, men's semifinal. Lendl serving. Love 3.
Love. Love.
That looked out.
40 love.
Cash thought it was out.
Looked out from our vantage point.
Sure did. Looked well out.
There's another look. It's always tough when you do it on a replay when it's crossing a line. It's easier to tell it's going along the line. At any rate, it's 45. Lendl has stopped hitting his hard first serve, taking some speed off to get the first one in so Cash can't come in behind it.
That is vintage Lendl. That powerful forehand.
3 games to 1.
Cash leads 3-1. First set. In semifinals.
When he hits the ball, the forehand into the backhand side of a right-hander, he gets more pace on it. See, Lendl's been seated in the top 3 here the last 4 years. When he pulls it into the forehand side, he gets more top on it, doesn't go as fast.
15 love.
Cash doesn't take much time.
And he's very, very fit. He's strong. There's no way, I don't think he's going to get tired no matter how long the match goes.
He could really jump too.
Wimbledon, he played long doubles matches and singles matches. And he came out firing in the semis.
Oh! 15 all.
He missed it. A little bit too big a swing.
15-30.
A little anxious.
A lot of court. Didn't have to be that hard, did it?
No, and that's why you're more interested in accuracy than you are sheer speed on the volleys. That's why you want to make a short motion.
30 all.
Great Don Budge on the right with his wife Lori in the middle and big Jake Kramer enjoying the tennis.
A few championships there.
Oof, talk about talent. When they talk about who might have been the greatest player of all time, those two names always come up.
$40-30.
Von Lendl might still be a little bit tight. He's been in the finals twice, hoping to get there for the 3rd time.
Cash serving well.
Cash broke Lendl's first serve to go up 2-love.
15 love.
First serve percentages, Cash at 52, Lendl only 38, neither one really good.
All the statistics we'll be giving you throughout the day have been furnished to us by the Burroughs Corporation.
All.
Frankie Parker on the left, Vic Satius on the right, former champions, Hall of Famers.
Lendl serving 15 all. First double fault, 15-30.
Shaky toss that time. Lendl's actually falling backwards when he struck that one. This would give him 2 service breaks in his first set. Crowd stunned.
Buzzing. That's a pretty good call.
We'll see if Cash comes in.
He likes to.
Guessed right. Everything was right except the mechanics. Still break point.
Boy, that could be a big, big point right there.
Service breaks. I'm sure Pat Cash thought he had that point won. Maybe he relaxed a little bit.
Boy, oh boy, that's a biggie right there.
2 big points back to back, won by Lendl.
Out. Advantage Cash.
Take another look. See if we can tell on the replay. You be the judge. Lendl, let's see what he has to say.
Going to call in the judge in the chair, Charles Beck.
I think it's second big mistake this man has made, and I think he has to be changed as soon as possible. Okay. Because it's going to cause trouble either way. He got bad call, I got bad call. Both were this far out.
Well, that's not a bad way to handle it. Ivan says that he got a bad call, I got a bad call. It's a thankless job that these lines people have. He's saying, well, I think we ought to get him changed as soon as possible so we don't have any more trouble. It's break point for Cash.
Deuce.
Back to deuce.
So in your mind, Lendl can erase that now, saying, well, it didn't cost me anything. At least it didn't cost me the game.
Advantage Cash.
Break point again for Cash. Number 4 in this game.
Lendl not getting his first serve in with any degree of consistency.
That one looked closer than the other one.
Advantage.
You know, it's a comforting feeling for a tennis player to know that no matter how well your opponent serves, he basically is not going to come in behind it. So if you can't take a good swing at it, you just block it back and you stay in the point.
That's ace number 1 for Ivan.
Advantage Lendl.
Talking about just exactly what Cash did. He just blocked that first serve back.
Yep. And even if it's a little bit short, Ivan isn't really anxious to come to the net. He will do it some of the time.
Just not comfortable.
First serve. Advantage Lendl.
And Cash thought the serve was long. There was no beep from Cyclops, however.
As I mentioned earlier, I was out there with the officials going over that Cyclops situation, and if it doesn't beep and that ball's hit within 12 inches behind the service line, then it is good. Or it's beyond that 12-inch area, then it won't beep at all.
They think it's very accurate.
Right. super stretch volley that time by Cash. You'll see him not hit this one with a lot of pace, but got it deep. Lendl's way behind the baseline. Now there is a stretch touch backhand cross-court volley. Lendl sort of shook his head saying, man, you're not supposed to be able to do that.
If that first volley hadn't been that deep, he would have never gotten there. Another break point.
Advantage Cash.
You know, Lendl only goes to the net about 14.3% of the time. These are stats given to us earlier. Big serve. But when he goes there, Patty wins almost 76% of the time. So you say, why didn't he do it more often? He does pave the way well to the net with good approach shots, but he doesn't do it real frequently.
Advantage Lendl.
Converse, you take Cash, he goes to net 46.6% of the time. And when he's up there, he wins about 67.3%. So he's in there more often. Obviously, you're not going to win quite as many, but different strategy.
Game Lendl.
Game to Lendl. It was a struggle. Lendl holds. Cash leads 4-2 in the first. Very nearly
Cash leads
an
4-2.
outstanding return by Cash, but Lendl wins the game.
By far the longest game of the match thus far.
Ace number 2 for Pat Cash.
15 love.
Great touch.
30 love.
That's the way it's happened so far in this match. Lendl's been to the net only once, won the point. Cash 17 times, won 11 points.
Those soft shots aren't going to beat Cash on the attempted passing shots because he moves so well.
Ball. $30-15. $40-15.
I think Ivan's going to have to stop taking such a big swing on the return on the backhand side because he's mishit several of them. Cash's serve does jump up high. He's going to probably block it back, perhaps with a little underspin.
He's certainly capable of doing that.
Point, and the crowd loves it. I don't think I've ever seen Lendl do this before. A big swing, a lot of backspin. Cash gets there because of his good speed. Now Lendl tries it a topspin lob. It's good enough that Cash can barely get his racket on it. Now from way deep in the court, bingo, right in the corner. Perfectly as we come back live, 40-30.
Cash missed his first serve. Second double fault by Cash.
Deuce.
And Lendl pulls back. Even.
Boy, that was some shot from Lendl, being that far behind the baseline and to be able to drive the ball and get it past Pat Cash at the net.
All you can do is watch that one. Ace number 3 by Cash.
Advantage Cash.
Ivan Lendl will serve. Looking a little bit up into a very bright sun from that end.
Let's see if Cash tries to come in off the second serve. Little intimidation tactic there, slapping a forehand as hard as he could straight at Cash. Caught the top of the net. You might have heard Ivan in his interview earlier saying, I've been hit plenty of times and I've hit people plenty of times. Sometimes it's unintentional and sometimes it's less unintentional. Somehow I think that's a tough kid to scare right there.
He looks like it.
On or off the court. Good serve, yeah.
Spun him wide.
30-15.
And I think that's the thing that some people don't do enough of. Take a little speed off, get a higher percentage, and move it around well. Who says they're going to make them, return them all?
$40-15.
40-15. A lot of balls close to that line. Game to Lendl.
Not a bad try there by Cash. He has the service break.
Cash leads 5-3.
Now he has to concentrate on holding the serve and running out the first set.
I've seen McEnroe tie one shoe, but this is a both shoe trick.
Line, please.
I used to kid McEnroe when we were on the Davis Cup team. I said, I'm going to get you a lesson in how to tie shoes so they'll stay tied. Cash to serve, 5-3.
Ace number 4 took him wide.
15 love.
Once again, that serve not hit with maximum pace. But as you said, broke it out wide.
Ball.
Not much you can do about that.
You can hit that serve a little deeper.
Yeah. That would be one area. Perhaps Cash should work.
Forehand volley at times can be, a little bit of a problem. And of course, it's all relative. Again, we're talking about being in the semis of the U.S. Open. We're not talking about playing at your club on the weekend.
That one missed.
30-15.
Lendl's mishit a lot of balls. He always does.
Well, he comes up from underneath the flight of the ball. Both edges of the rack are going to intercept the flight of the ball, and if you don't watch it perfectly, you're going to catch one of those edges.
30-15.
short volleys.
He does cover the net well.
40-15.
And it's 2 set points now for Australia's Pat Cash. Incidentally, Pat, this match is going down to Australia on 9's Wide World of Sports. I want to say hi to all the viewers down there. I know they're very ecstatic the way this match is going thus far.
Pat Cash has played extremely well.
There it is.
Game in first set. Cash 6-3.
Cash wins the first set 6-3. They have changed
15
the
love.
lines person where they had the discussion before. They've changed and replaced him with a Newman.
About every hour they change officials anyway.
30 love.
That's how Lendl has such a high winning percentage when he does go to the net, because he comes in on good stuff. You don't have to be a great volleyer. And he passes up a lot of opportunities to go into the net.
Badly mishit serve.
40-15.
Second double fault by Lendl.
Game Lendl.
Lendl, whole
He wins
serve.
the- Fifteen love. Ball.
An outright winner.
30 love.
You know, when you see a guy roll the shot, go over it like that, you sort of expect it to come cross court the majority of the time. And Cash hits a good topspin backhand down the line.
40 love.
It's another thing he does very well is he changes up on his first serve. Doesn't give him the same smoke every time.
Short approach shot.
Game Cash.
That could have been trouble. Lendl hit it into the net. It's 1-all second set.
Cash lost 1 set en route to the semis. That was to Mats Wilander. And Ivan Lendl's lost 1 set. That was to Eddie Edwards in the second round. So they've both cruised pretty well. Now again, I'll be surprised if Cash doesn't try to come in off the return here. Put pressure on. Pretty deep serve.
Fifteen love. $40-15.
There's been a lot of talk about the speed of these courts. Some say they might be too fast, but that's not the only factor.
No, I think they're using a light ball, a fast ball. I think they'd be better off with a heavy-duty ball, which would make it a little tougher for the server, and you'd then have more rallies. I think it'd be smart to slow it down a little bit.
Good shot. That's frightening.
40-30.
Just out.
Game Lendl.
Game to Lendl, and he leads 2 games to 1 via CBC. Those of you, our cousins to the north, welcome to our semifinal broadcast of the 1984 U.S. Open. Get that sinking feeling. That ball goes over your head like that. There's nothing you can do.
Nope.
Lendl's been to the net 3 times, won all 3 points. Cash 17 out of 26, which is not bad.
Not bad against the number 2 seed.
And with the ground strokes that he has.
Love 30.
First time Cash has been behind on his serve, love 30 in the match. Only the second time he lost the first point on his serve. Good chance for Lendl here.
Both players had a little difficulty serving from that end.
It's out.
40.
3 break points for Lendl. Well, I have the opportunity. I'd like to congratulate Coach Dick Leach, who's won the Wilson Intercollegiate Tennis Coach of the Year. 4 years at the University of Southern California. His teams have won 141 and only lost 29. Great job by Coach Leach.
Cash thought he had an ace. Lendl still has 2 break points.
I don't recall seeing Lendl miss as many forehands as he's missed thus far. They're the unforced errors. So one guy's charging more in Cash, so he's apt to make more errors.
Won 2 points with that top spin lob.
Lendl leads.
Vicious
3-1.
swing. Here's another look. Because he tops the drives anyway, you can't tell it's coming. This Cash has quit already because he knows he has no hope. The only chance is for the ball to go long. So first break of the match for Ivan Lendl.
He leads 3-1. Second set. Cash won the first.
Love.
Cash does that well, the backhand going the opposite way, the off backhand, because he plays a deuce court in doubles, and he returns in that direction off the backhand.
Love.
Great return.
Well, you're not kidding.
30-15.
I think Cash has got to continue to try to get to the net at all costs, not stay back in the backcourt and rally and trying to be hitting winners from the backcourt. That's not really his game.
Up. 40-15.
Pat Cash serving, trailing 1-4 in the second. That looks like about the way he started.
I just think he came out smoking that first part of that first set, got an early break, led 2-love, then held serve for 3-love, and made that one service break stand up. He's now down a break in the second set to Lendl.
Up. 15 all.
First serve percentage in the first set, Lendl was 48, Cash 50. In the second set, you can see Cash has fallen off a bit and Lendl has picked up a bit.
That's why the results are a little bit different. At least one of the reasons.
30-15.
Pat Cash has changed shirts on the last court change. Match is right now 1 hour old.
One match at Wimbledon this past summer, I think Cash changed about 5 times.
Up. 40-15.
40-15. Cam Shriver enjoying the tennis. Lendl missed.
Game Cash.
Cash holds. It's 4-2 Lendl, second set. Cam Shriver and her partner
4-2.
Martina Navratilova in the women's doubles final.
And they have a 60-some match winning streak, going 68 or something like that.
Incredible. Speaking of Martina, coming up next after Lendl and Cash are through, the women's final. Martina Navratilova, the #1 seed, against the #2 seed, Chris Evert Lloyd. Things really held up to form in the women's draw.
Lendl starting to push Cash around a little bit now. Stand a little near that baseline. He's not getting so deep when the rallies.
And serving better, as we pointed out with that statistic earlier.
Good shot by Lendl.
He moves out to a 5-2 lead in the second set. Lendl has picked up the level of play.
In 1982, Lendl won 15 tournaments, won over $2 million in prize money. This year, he's won only 2 of 10, though he's been in the finals of 6. And with all that, he's still ranked #2.
He was unbeatable a couple of years ago, almost.
Except in the big events.
Mm-hmm.
30 love.
30 love.
Lendl might be coasting a little bit on this game, thinking I'll just not worry too much about this one, go hold my serve.
Love.
Ooh.
40-15.
40-15. Third double fault by Cash. And the wind probably took its toll on that toss again. Great return. Cash holds.
Cash.
Lendl leads 5-3.
Lendl leads 5-3.
You'll be serving from the end where you don't have to contend with the sunlight and with the wind at his back.
Love.
I think that's the play that Cash has to try to make, is come in off the Lendl's second serve. But you can't do it on the run too much. You got to make sure you make the approach or it doesn't matter.
Love.
Lendl says there was no beep.
It was beyond 12 inches.
Lendl, so I didn't hear a beep. Was it beyond the 12 or 13 inches? The umpire nodded yes.
Love.
So Lendl has 3 set points.
Cash looking a little shaky now.
Yep. And Lendl trying to get even at a set apiece. Pat Cash couldn't get anything on any of the volleys, but he ended up winning the point anyway. Still set point. So Lendl wins the second set, 6-3.
6-3. Ivan Lendl came back 6-3 in the second. Good to have you, Nuke.
Good to be back.
You played well.
I've been listening to you guys in the dressing room, all the players there watching the match.
Did you enjoy the center court?
It was fun out there, yeah. The only thing I didn't enjoy, I kept waiting for Tony to send messages down, some coaching.
Lendl did not think the serve was good. Let that be known.
Pat Cash thought it was good.
Lendl still doesn't think it was good. Cash still does.
Something Cash stopped doing in the second set is kicking that serve up on the backhand side of Lendl and coming in behind it. Was effective in the first set.
40-15.
Service ace, number 6 for Pat Cash, and he wins the first game of set number 3. Let's go down quickly to Brent Musburger.
Pat, with me is Mike Estep, the coach of Martina Navratilova, and of course Martina is about to take center court against Chris Evert for the women's championship. Mike, as we watch Ivan Lendl serving here, what are your final instructions to Martina today for her championship match?
Well, I'm
30-15.
continue playing similar to the way she's played Chris in the last 12 matches, which is simply attack as much as possible, get in on Chris's second serve, and serve and volley on her own first serve and second serve if possible. The rally shouldn't stay too long because Chris is very steady off the baseline, so she needs to do something early in the points.
Let's go up to Pat now.
40-15, Lendl serve.
Pat Cash didn't really make a good volley prior to that smash. He let Lendl get back to the ball. Was a little tentative, I think, on the volley. Lendl has that sawdust in his pocket, and every once in a while he gets a little bit in his eyes. They have to sweep on court changes.
Cash gets even.
Not frightened to go to Lendl's forehand either.
And it's worked. Ivan has not hit his forehand well, nearly as well as we've seen him do it in the past.
Looks very tentative over there to me.
Advantage, Lendl.
That looks like an eyelash. Maybe it's mixed with sawdust.
Deuce.
You know, Pat Cash has not been attacking in the second set and part of this set as much as he did the first set, and I think it's been one of the mistakes he's made. You know, you're going to get past some by a guy like Lendl, but if you come in on decent stuff, you got a good chance. I think that is Pat Cash's best opportunity.
I would have thought that after he won the first set, he would have really tried to pour the pressure on and come in a lot. That's the second forehand that Cash has missed in this game. Like he really turned front onto the net too quick.
Lendl comes up with a big serve. Let's go down to Brent once more.
Mike, how is Martina's attitude in this tournament as compared with a year ago?
She's much more relaxed. She's enjoying it a lot more. It's like stopping and smelling the roses. And she's playing well, and she's enjoying her stature in life right now, and it's a lot more fun for her.
How about this particular match we're watching out at the stadium, Pat Cash and Ivan Lendl? I know you've seen them throughout the tournament. Are you surprised at how well the youngster played in the first set?
No, I'm actually more surprised that he looks a little more hesitant now than he did at the beginning. I don't know if he's coming under some pressure or Lendl's actually making him feel the pressure more. He doesn't seem to be as quick and as decisive as he was early. I don't know if he can get. He's young, so he can still get rejuvenated, but we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Mike, and good luck. Let's go back outside now to Pat.
Thanks, man.
And Mike, we'd certainly agree with that observation. He came out really looking strong in the first set.
I know our viewers in Australia will be happy to know that young Mark Kratzmann has won the juniors here, defeating Boris Becker of Germany 6-3, 7-6. Mark doing very well.
Congratulations to Mark.
That's the Wimbledon and United States junior titles for Mark now.
Pretty good credits.
Good shot from Lendl. Change of pace, a lot of topspin. You know, the junior titles around the world are taking a lot more. They're taking a lot more notice of them now. If you look at Lendl, about 5 years ago, he won all the junior titles. 2 years ago, Cash won the Wimbledon and United States juniors. Here they are in the semis of the Open.
Stefan Edberg won them all last year.
Good shot from Lendl there, Tony, on the backhand. He was really tentative. I thought he might try to whip it with some topspin.
This wasn't a good shot here either. This little dink is not going to beat a guy as fast as Cash. Cash a little bit tentative on some of his volleys too. He's giving Lendl extra swings at the ball, and you can't do that against good players. They're going to eventually get it past you.
Not getting him as deep as he was earlier either. That's more like it.
40-30.
Lendl has still only been to the net 3 times. He won all 3 points. Cash up there 41 times has won 28 points.
Game to
Cash at the U.S. Open in New York City. Pat Cash with his back to you. That's Ivan Lendl. Sets are 1-all. Cash is up 2-1 in the third. Diane Sawyer, who is an avid tennis player and a good player.
I'm a big fan of hers. I think she does a great job. I understand she's going to be doing some things on 60 Minutes.
Joining the cast of 60 Minutes, leaving the CBS Morning News.
love.
2-2. Third set.
2-all.
John Newcomb is back from his bath and his wars of earlier today. And Nuke, what's been your impression of this so far?
I get the feeling, although they've played 2 sets, that they are still a little tentative out there. I almost get the feeling like they're feeling one another out still, which is strange to get into the third set. But I don't know. Cash is certainly in there with a real chance if he can get on top of that net as quick as possible.
And he hasn't been doing that, Nuke. He just really stopped seizing the opportunity, even forcing some opportunities to get in there.
Were you surprised if you were coaching him on the court, like Davis Cup after that first set? Would you have said, just
going,
get in?
Keep going, keep the pressure on.
Yeah.
Love 15.
Now, just to explain why that might be that he didn't, is a thing like centre court nerves. I don't mean he would be nervous, but that he might just not be concentrating on the job because of the pressure out there on the centre court. Big occasion, semi-final, 20,000 people.
That's the running forehand I alluded to earlier. Lendl makes so well, and we'll take another look.
Love 30.
Going to be late getting there. That top spin just threads the needle. All Cash could do was look at it. Love 30.
Cash is coming in. Volley's long.
Love 40.
Love 40.
A couple of very positive shots from Lendl there. He really went after them. Cash did well to pick up the first volley that good.
$15.40.
Still break point.
And the break is achieved. Lendl just broke Cash. Well, we can't do much with that. Cash has just changed shirts for the third time.
Ace number 3 for Lendl.
Lendl at the net. It's the 4th time.
30-15.
That's the lineup tomorrow on CBS. The NFL Today begins it all. Dallas at New York. Both those teams won their openers. The game of the day probably is Green Bay against the Los Angeles Raiders.
Oh. Had not been doing that earlier.
40-15.
That change came in the last game, didn't it, over Lendl?
Get that feeling he can win now.
He's got the feeling.
Yeah, for the first time in the match, probably he's starting to believe that he's going to win the match.
Game Lendl.
Game Lendl, he leads 4-2 now. Cash having a little difficulty.
4-2.
Would you think he should be serving and volleying regularly or mixing it up, Tony?
Well, I'd like to see him serve and volley more, and then if Lendl gets too tough on it, then start mixing it up. But when he's kicked that ball high on Lendl's backhand, Lendl has had trouble with it.
Good lob. These balls and the pace of the court, which I'd say is a medium fast pace of court, you come in on a good approach shot like Cash just did, deep.
You're in pretty good shape, aren't you?
Well, maybe they'll get some by you, but not too many.
If you don't know, John Newcomb
30 love.
played a match earlier this morning, 35 and over semifinal match against Stan Smith. So he speaks with authority.
Not too authoritative. I lost.
You won the first set.
Ball. 30-15.
Just watching that play there, the serve, first serve to the forehand, come into a positive volley to the backhand. Lendl's got a big grip change from forehand to backhand. It's not a bad play, Tony.
If you can pull it off.
Yeah, bit risky going to the forehand,
Yeah.
but
Pat actually has mixed his serves up pretty well. He's broken some wide here in the deuce court that have been effective.
Tried to again.
He's had difficulty hitting Lendl's backhand on the second serve here in the deuce court because Ivan tries to step around it.
Game cash.
Game to cash. Lendl leads 4-3 in the third. Still to come, the women's final between Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert Lloyd as they wait for the crowd to settle down. Then after that, it'll be Connors against McEnroe.
Lendl serving with a break, so he's in the driver's seat a little bit right now.
Love.
College football at the half. Michigan 6-0 over #1 ranked Miami of Florida. Ohio State 15, Oregon State 14, fourth quarter. Penn State 10-10 against Rutgers.
30 love.
Have Cash talking to himself now.
Lendl's fifth ace of this match.
I think it's 3 in the last 2 games.
40
isn't it?
love.
Yes,
So he has really picked up the pace in the last 10 or 15 minutes.
something he was not doing earlier in the match. He wasn't serving well.
He was at 38% early in the match.
Game Lendl.
Strong game. 5-3. Lendl
Lendl
leads.
leads 5-3.
Cash appears to be a little dejected and perhaps a little confused here. He certainly has slipped away from his game plan, which was to press Lendl, rush, get to the net as much as possible.
Asking the umpire to ask the crowd to be quiet. It's a funny feeling down on that court when you're playing. If there's talk going on in the stadium, it comes down like a big echo onto the court. And
15 love.
you get the feeling consequently that you're not one with the crowd. You know, they're separated from you, whereas when it's quiet and all your attention's on you, you feel that you're with the crowd and it's all part of the same action. Shot.
He hasn't done this since the first set. Early racket preparation, a little bit of a wrist snap. Bingo. Lendl couldn't get to it. We come back live with a good serve.
40 love.
Remember in the second set in a game set like this, you felt that Lendl might be coasting a little bit on Cash's serve.
Right, because he has a service break. Can be dangerous, but
Game cash.
Second serve from Ivan Lendl. Serving at 5-4 in the third. Sets are 1 apiece.
lot of Lendl's shots then were landing very short in the court. The second serve was very short. I'd like to see Cash get into the net on some of those, take the opportunity. Long rallies are going to just fall into Lendl's favor. That's what he'd like to have.
You're not going to beat him much from the baseline, are you?
No way.
Pat Cash isn't going to, because he's going to eventually make a mistake.
There's a short ball there.
It's a good try by Cash. Good tactic. Just missed the volley.
I think Lendl saw him coming in and kept it very low. Should have tippy-toed in. Good play. I guess he realizes he's got to get to the net.
40 love.
Wrong-footed Lendl on this one. Lendl made a real good play. You can see he had to turn around, change his direction.
3 set points for Lendl.
Third set
goes to Lendl. 6-4. Cash won the first set 6-3. Lendl came back 6-3 in the second. And now he takes a 2-1 set lead. Cash will serve.
Cash's footwork was a little suspect on that last shot. He was facing the net, never did turn sideways, or even partially sideways.
It was good.
Love 15.
Coming next, women's finals. Martina Navratilova against Chris Evert. The 61st meeting between those two. The series stands at 30 apiece.
I'm not sure how Cash knew to wait cross court, because this is where Lendl normally rolls it down the line. See, this ball is not deep. Normally Lendl goes down the line, but Cash was waiting for the cross court. He must have seen something. It worked.
There's something else that'll work.
30-15.
Would think Lendl would be feeling a lot happier now than he did an hour ago.
Well, after that first set, he wasn't sure what had hit him, I don't think.
40-15.
Lendl saying to himself, don't block it back, hit it. Get that racket head through the ball.
When you stand back behind the baseline, as Lendl does, he's there so he can swing at it. As against standing inside the baseline or near it, where you might have to block it because you don't have time to take the swing.
That's the story. Pat Cash won the first set 6-3. Lendl came back 6-3 in the second, then won the third 6-4, and Pat Cash has won the first game of the fourth set. Pat Summerall with John Newcomb and Tony Traver. This is a men's semifinal of the 1984 U.S. Open Tennis Championship.
Thank you.
First serve percentage has come up a little bit to 55%. One stage Lendl was down at 38. Cash dropped down under 50, so he's gotten it back up a little bit.
Cash wants to wait a minute until things settle down. Crowd still buzzing after the last court change. Again.
By the exit, please, north end. 15 all.
You watch Pat Cash hit some forehands. That was a difficult one to try. Sometimes he doesn't have the arm follow through the shot. He sort of snaps the wrist, just pops the head up the back of the racket. And it's not very effective.
Lendl got the short ball and nailed it. 40-15.
Yeah, he's swinging a lot freer now. Getting more depth on his drives.
First service.
Almost hit the tape and fell over.
40-30.
40-30.
Lendl. Games are 1-all.
Lendl levels at 1.
Didn't win the point, but good tactic. First time since I've been here, Tony, in the last, 45 minutes that he has actually done that. Taken the second serve.
And Pat has missed some forehand volleys. And I think he's a little shaky about that now.
What is he doing wrong on that forehand volley?
When the ball is low, he's not getting any underspin on, any backspin on. He's sitting a little too flat, I think, and it's just flying off on him.
Shot.
Love 15.
Lendl has been to the net 4 times. Cash 58 times.
He's perfect at Lendl at the net, isn't he?
You'd have to wonder why he wasn't coming in more, wouldn't you?
It's a fall.
$15-all.
Just looking down at that past champions box, Jack Kramer, Don Budge, Frank Parker. What a great moment for a 19-year-old, you know, playing in front of 20,000 people, TV audience.
Big Satius in the middle.
All those great champions sitting right on court watching you, passing judgment.
All you're going to do is admire shots like that. It's 15-30.
Well, you could try and get your volley a little deeper too. Might stop him from doing that to you. It's another good return of serve from Lendl, though. Forced the short volley.
He's looking very confident. It's going to be hard to beat.
This previous volley was not a good one by Cash right here. He didn't do anything with it. He sort of blocked it, didn't get it too deep, didn't have much pace on it, and he gave Lendl one more swing. And if you keep doing that, they're going to beat you. You've got to get that volley above the top of the net and try to really hurt somebody with it, knock it away for a winner.
Ace number 7 for Pat Cash, 40-30. Trying to hang in there. It's Pat Cash, 19 years old, from Australia. Call a fault.
Please.
It's an impossible task.
That's hopeless, isn't it? Now an airplane comes over as well.
Ball. Love.
Pat Cash has to try to make something happen, in my opinion. He did that in the first set by being aggressive, making some good shots, and he sort of pulled his horns in, has been playing more carefully, and as a result, he's getting farther behind.
15 all.
So what he needs to do now is sort of go for broke, eh? Get in there and...
Yeah, I think you got to take it away from Lendl. He has the ability. I mean, it may not happen. That's right. It may not work, but what he's doing now isn't working.
30-15.
No, staying back and rallying with Lendl is not the answer to winning. But, you know, on the other hand, it's if Lendl keeps a good depth on his shots, it's difficult to get in.
So let's see how deep this second serve goes and see if it's an opportunity for Cash to come if he wants to.
Get discouraged about that. He's just got to keep doing it. It's the right tactic. Second serve was very short.
40-15.
The tactic was fine, but there's a very, very short approach. Unforced errors, 31 for Cash, 10 for Lendl.
Game Lendl.
2-2, fourth set. Lendl holds.
2 all.
Again, it's easy for us to sit up here and make suggestions and be critical at times, but it's something else when you're down there. You think of Pat Cash, age 19, semis at Wimbledon, semifinals the US Open. Pretty good.
And again, you still forget from time to time that Lendl is only 24.
But he's been around a long time now. He's got a lot of experience. See some good quick hands here at the net.
Love 15.
Tried a little half volley drop shot there, not quite short enough. Now the good stuff. Cash got there, but popped the wrist a little bit too much and hit it long. Back live at Love 15.
$15 all.
Cash can hang in there in this set up to 4 all, 5 all. Lendl might start to get a little nervous because he's got to be thinking, gee, if I lose this set, suddenly it's into the fifth.
And when you get into a set, it's 4 all, 5 all. Lightning seems to strike, you know, a double fault and a quick volley and a let court or something. All of a sudden you get a service break.
We're 2-2 in the fourth.
Perfect.
Volley.
Excellent.
That was a better forehand volley that time. And I guess the scary thing for
30-15.
Lendl would be that Cash is really an unknown quantity. He's, you know, he doesn't know what he's going to do in the fifth set in the semifinal.
This is only the third time they played.
Yeah, and Lendl's supposed to win. He knows that. Everybody else knows that, at least on the record. Oh, yeah.
$30 all.
On the run, Lendl makes the forehand along the line, down the line, 99% of the time. Here he is, takes the loop swing, rolls it down the line.
Hard for him to get that across court because he gets it a bit late.
30 all.
They've been at it 2 hours.
$40-30.
That's been an effective shot for Lendl throughout this match. He's made several of them, and he's forced a couple of weak smashes from Pat Cash because he could barely get his racket on the ball.
Game Cash.
And I'm sure hoping for a wind change so those planes will go away. That's the way it is at the US Open.
Cash thought the serve was wide. He didn't really come out of that corner after he made the return of serve very quickly. Smart play by Lendl.
30 love.
As he was going back for the lob, he looked.
Took a little peek, didn't he?
Yep, and he looked to see that, and he saw Cash coming in. You see winners there, 26-18. He saw Cash coming in and ended up making a terrific topspin offensive lob.
Love.
Lendl's holding his shots better now. He's not rushing things. He took his time there. When Cash didn't recover quickly in the middle, he knew he had an opening down the line.
Yeah, Lendl's looking very comfortable at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Sure of what he's going to do. But that's at the moment.
Second serve.
It's 40 love.
Unfortunately, they're starting to come over us now.
Yeah. I don't think they're as bad as they used to be, though.
No. They're not flying directly over the stadium.
Game Lendl.
Lendl gets even at 3 in the fourth. He leads 2 sets to 1.
3-all. New balls.
Cash will serve with new balls.
Last 2 sets, Lendl's really won his serve very, very easily.
Quickly.
Yep, he's only the second game of the third set did it go several points. Then Lendl won a love game, lost 1 point, another love game, lost 2 points, 1 point, 1 point. So he's really cruising very nicely now on his own serve.
Love.
Oh.
30 love.
That's a great touch. It looks like he's going to do what we were talking about at the moment. Get the score up to 4-all, 5-all in this set.
It's that low forehand volley that, not in my opinion, not quite enough underspin for control.
The racket face is too flat onto the ball.
40-15.
Lendl thought it was a fault.
Oh yeah, and so did Cash. Now, I think this is a case where the serve landed beyond the range of Cyclops. The umpires get sort of mesmerized. That's Charles Beck.
Lendl wants to discuss it. There's a plane going over and he can't.
He's going to come discuss it now. Here he comes.
They've called a score at 40-15. Cash says nothing.
This ball is this far out. You which is more than 12 inches, so you have to call it. If you don't see it, at least look where he's standing. He's trying to tell you that the ball was out.
He didn't come to me and say, I want to change any call. I can't change it.
You're just lucky the mic is here. The other way you would hear something.
Well, what Ivan is saying is what I mentioned a moment ago. Cyclops covers approximately 12 inches behind the service line. If the ball lands beyond that, it does not beep, and it's up to the umpire to call it out because they don't have a lines person. There is Cyclops. So it's 40-15.
Tough to argue with that box. Ivan Lendl to serve after the crowd settles down. He is serving in the fourth set at 3-4. He leads 2-1.
Smart play by Lendl.
Come on.
Been to the net 5 times now.
15 love.
Won all 5 points.
Cash moving all over the court. It was like just couldn't get the ball away from Lendl.
That last forehand, Cash, man, I thought
he could have hit it harder.
Yeah, he hit it like he thought he had the opening. Just get it in the court.
Can't get one of those first 2 points on Lendl's serve, can he? He's always behind 30 love. Hard to get pressure on your opponent.
Only once in the last 2 sets has Cash won the first point on Lendl's serve.
That's a shot he used effectively in the first set. Hasn't been able to do it since.
Was he chipping it or
No,
hitting
he was
it?
going over it,
Hitting
like
it
his
just like
doubles
that.
return.
Just like that.
Service.
Another easy service game for Lendl. It's 4-all.
4-all.
Let's see what Lendl can do here. I'm sure he'll try to pour the pressure on now. Last thing he would like to do is to get it into a tiebreaker. Up to Cash to come right back at him.
Here's all you have to do to win a point in this league. Cash is out of the doubles alley. Lendl rips across court. He gets there and gets it down low. Lendl's in hoping for a sitter. Oh, what a great point.
Good court speed from Cash.
Mm-hmm.
He's very quick around the court.
Down the line again.
There's that forehand volley, very tentative. The court was open for a decisive cross-court volley then.
Like Cash perhaps was trying to make a drop volley. Got it way too deep.
Good serve.
30-15.
Just what he needed. As I said at the start of the game, Lendl throwing everything he's got at Cash. He'd love to break serve here. Oh, another good serve. Changed it up a little bit then.
Took a little off, didn't he?
Took it off and brought it into the body.
Gets
Got
it
him
up high on that backhand side. When Lendl tries to drive that with topspin, he doesn't have much success.
40-15.
2 excellent serves from Cash.
Might go wide here. He hadn't done that for a while.
Another excellent serve. Cash holds. The crowd really getting into it now, and Pat Cash acknowledging after another shirt change.
That's got to give him a boost. I don't think that's going to help Lendl because he knows it was for Cash. They're pulling for Cash to win this one, go to the 5th set.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
That can get the heart pumping a little bit.
See if we can win this first point here with a little chip and charge, eh? Off a short second serve.
Look out. At the top of the net.
15 love.
A little of the chip out.
Yes, right.
It was a mistake to charge.
Make it a little bit of a sitter, didn't it?
Yeah.
Only what he should have done then was stick his tongue out as he ran in, pull a face, put him off.
Again, a shaky forehand volley by Pat Cash. Just had nothing on it at all.
He knows it too. He
Yep.
just had a little practice of the. He's pushing it more than hitting it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not giving that little karate chop the punch. He's just sort of blocking it.
Good return.
That's the way to go.
30-15.
That was interesting. He came in on Lendl's forehand, and Cash was covering the down the line forehand, forcing Lendl to try for the cross court, and he didn't look comfortable at all on it.
On serve the last 14 games.
Lendl getting stronger and stronger.
He'd better be. They're going to go into a tiebreak pretty soon if something doesn't happen.
Game Lendl. 5-all.
It's always interesting to me when you watch a tennis match. Pat thinks he was wrong, so he's angry. The other guy walks off like, of course it was. You know, it was obvious.
Level at 5 now. Lendl is ahead 2-1 in this men's semifinal. Now Cash will serve. Games are 5-all in the fourth.
Nitty gritty time now, Patrick. Tension.
No empty seats.
Good slicing serve right into Lendl's body.
A lot happier on the backhand volley.
Much.
Than on the forehand, isn't he?
Much sharper.
Serve and volley on the second.
Yeah, I think he can kick it over and get it on the Lendl's back, and the Lendl's standing way over, but he'll probably slide back towards the middle once the toss goes up in the air.
Good serve. Way to go.
He did that to him in the first set.
Down break point when he did on a second serve.
I get the feeling nuclear for Cash.
I'd like to see him win the set. I think it could be a very interesting fifth set.
Lendl doesn't think that was good.
Ace number 9 in the record books for Cash. They're starting to get on Lendl. That won't help him. He's a sensitive kid.
Quiet, please. Game Cash.
Game to Cash. The match has been going now 2 hours, 23 minutes.
Fans are starting to get involved now, and they're pulling for Cash to try to take this to 5 sets. Good.
That's what he was doing in the first set, huh?
Yep.
Love 15.
hard to figure out why he stopped doing it in the second and the third.
We certainly haven't been able to figure it out. He was so effective in that first set.
That's the first time that Cash won the first point on Lendl's serve in this set.
Real pressure on Lendl now. Not only is Cash
30
coming right at him, but the crowd is pulling for Cash to win this game and the set.
Quiet, please.
If it gets into the fifth and the crowd are pulling Cash through like this.
I think Lendl might spin a serve here just to get the first serve in. Tried to.
Took that foot volley in the air.
15-30.
He was going to come.
Very nervous shot.
15-40.
2 set points for Cash.
That was almost like he believes he's lost the set already.
Crowd, of course, would like to see a fifth set. Ball.
Now I think you'll see Cash coming in.
See a short second serve here.
Well, that was a good one.
Was out. Called out on the baseline. People didn't hear the call.
30-40.
Gee, if that was out, it had to be very, very close.
It looked
Quiet,
out.
please.
And you're right, it was close. It's still set point.
Cash trying to break Lendl. Win the fourth set.
And he didn't do what got him to 15-40 on the
Stayed
serve
back.
come in. Yeah, he stayed back.
Take a chance here.
He did.
Boy, it was sitting up too, wasn't it?
Deuce.
He took the chance. He just didn't make the shot. Deuce.
They relieved Ivan Lendl. Still not out of the woods. First serve deserted him.
Both these guys are very, very fit.
Advantage Lendl.
Lendl's only got 1 first serve in out of 7 this game.
And he spun that one in.
He didn't spin that one.
That's out.
Game Lendl.
Lendl survives what looked like a certain service break and pulls even at 6 and will go to the tiebreaker.
Games are 6-all. Tiebreak.
And of course, in the tiebreaker, the first person to reach 7 points with at least a 2-point advantage is the winner. Cash to serve the first point.
From 15-40, 3 out of the next 4 points. Cash didn't get the ball back into play.
He went for big ones, and I'm not so sure he might have chipped it and run in, charge and make Lendl beat you. Of course, that's history now.
Cash will serve 1 point. Crowd loving it.
Yeah. That's what they're hoping for, and they're getting it. And there's more to come.
Lendl will serve 2 points now. More to come, meaning the women's final comes up, and after that it's Connors and McEnroe.
He missed it. It was wide.
2-0.
This time there is no argument. Cash is up 2-0.
Cash going to the towel, making Lendl wait. Not a bad play.
Wide lead. 2-1 Cash.
Well, you can feel the tension out there now. The crowd gets all excited, then they get quiet very quickly.
That's right. When
A hush.
Quietly excited.
Good play. Kick the serve in.
Been very effective when he can get it to Lendl's backhand side.
And particularly he gets up high with that kick. After this point, the players will change ends. They play 6 points and then change ends. Cash did not do much with his volleying opportunities.
No, he's crooked on himself again for that forehand volley, not putting it away. Good play.
That's what I was suggesting when he had those set points. Rather than go for the big one, do that and get in and say, beat me, mister.
That's right.
There's your chip in charge.
You get the ball in play and you're in on the net. And the guy's got to thread the needle past you.
And he's down the set points.
That's right. 2 sets all if he misses.
Lendl will serve at 2-4 into tiebreaker.
He's down a mini break point in the tiebreak. Down 1 point on serve at the moment.
Cash.
If he holds these 2 serves, he gets to set points. Now, again, Lendl standing to his left over near the doubles alley, hoping to get a forehand.
Let's hope he can get a first serve in here. That'll put all sorts of pressure on Lendl's backhand. Unless he goes for the wide one.
Yeah, I was going to say he has not gone wide for a while. I think this would be an opportune time to try to break one out wide, hit it up the sideline a little bit so it takes Lendl out of court. Return by Ivan Lendl under pressure.
5-4.
Nothing wrong with the serve. Serve was in the corner, deep.
If he'd have done that on the first serve, Lendl wouldn't have been trying to run around, I don't think.
That was just a great shot from Lendl.
It was.
Under extreme pressure, too, because he was going to be down 3 set points if he missed it.
Now Lendl serving at 4-5.
Whoa.
Missed that one by 2 yards.
Still think it's the right play, just didn't make the shot.
It was real gusty just at that moment. You could see Cash looked up at the flags blowing around the breeze.
Yeah, but I think it's different up there than it is down on the court level. Swirls down there. It is gusting a little bit.
We can get this one back into play. Goodness me.
6-5 Cash.
It is now set point for Pat Cash.
That has to shake you up something awful. When your big weapon just chokes on you.
Ivan Lendl did not use the cords at all on that one.
No.
Hit it right on the throat.
I don't think he wanted to hit the ball.
If I were whispering in his ear, Nuke, I'd suggest he kick one up on the back end the first serve and get in behind it.
What does he do? Go down the middle again?
I wouldn't. I'd kick it to the back end. Lendl has to come into the court a little bit. I'd go in too. There he's got it.
Game in 4th set. 7 games to 6.
Well, we'll have another set. And right now, let's go down to Brent Musburger.
All right, thank you, Pat. I'm with Billie Jean King. What a splendid show by the 19-year-old from Australia.
It is. It's a good thing he listened to Tony Tiebreaker on that second serve and kick it high to his backhand, because even at 15-40 at 5-6, Pat was a little unlucky, but I think he tried to do too much.
Billie Jean, you have felt a crowd behind you in the past. It picked up Pat Cash. How do you respond here at the stadium? What is your feeling when the crowd falls in behind you?
Well, especially in New York, it gets so exciting. You feel all the vibrations. Of course, there you saw the people stand up after the 4th set. If you're the underdog like Pat Cash, it really can lift you. And of course, Pat's only 19, so this is a great experience for him.
How about the 5th set now? How will Ivan Lendl respond? I noticed just a touch of fear in his eyes, like last year against Jimmy Connors in that final.
Lendl does have trouble here. I think winning Paris has helped him, though. I think we would see even a different Lendl now if he hadn't won Paris. And I think maybe he'll think back about that match when he was way down 2-0 against McEnroe and came back and won in 5. So if you'll think about that, maybe it'll help him.
You know, the winner of this tournament gets $160,000. When John Newcomb won it back in 1973, he got a check for $25,000. And Billie Jean, when you won Wimbledon in 1968, how many pounds did you get?
I got 750 pounds.
Which translates into about what?
Oh, about, well, now it'd be about $1,000.
$1,000, folks, back in those days. So you can see the money pressure that is on these players. And, of course, still to come, Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert. Let's go back outside now to Pat Summerall. Pat?
All right. Tony Trabert won the national championship twice. How many pounds did you get?
I lost about 10 each time, and I got a trophy that I'm very proud to have, and it's a title that they can never take away from me. But in those days, it was amateur tennis. Matter of fact, they wouldn't even pay us expense money because they knew you had to play to get it at ranking.
You lost 10 pounds in weight or what?
Yes.
At least.
And no money.
You still have the thrill and the honor of being the U.S. champion. Never can take that away.
But sometimes it's hard to eat.
I should go back and be an amateur then.
Ivan Lendl now, waiting for the crowd to settle down. Sets are 2-all.
much do you think the crowd has played in the fourth set when they started really getting behind Cash?
Oh, I think it helped Cash a great deal, and it hurt Ivan.
That's the big thing, I think. Do you think it hurt him, like he was wondering why the crowd was sort of pulling for his opponent?
Well, it's just, you know, all of a sudden the whole stadium, 20,000 are coming down on you, pulling for the other guy. That can't help you.
Well, they were pulling for another set, too.
Sure.
So what do you think the crowd will do in this fifth set if it gets tight?
I don't know.
Will they be even, or will they pull for Cash?
I think they'll pull for Cash. They like the underdog.
Do you think the crowd don't like Lendl? Is that what?
Oh, I don't think so.
No.
I think he's overcome much of that.
The other kid's the underdog, and he's younger.
Transplanted New Yorker. Now the underdog, I think, is what it is. Golf is the only sport where they don't pull for the underdog.
40-15.
So how much do you think the crowd will be pulling for Connors later on when he plays against McEnroe?
Absolutely. And
What
I
are you,
think
reporter?
Martina will face a little bit of that. Trying to be a journalist.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find out from the experts.
40-30.
Fourth double fault by Ivan Lendl.
That's not bad when you think you're into the fifth set. So having won a set, that's not bad at all.
Good return from Cash. Deuce.
Lendl seems a little bit flat to me right now, a little bit concerned.
A little let down after that tiebreaker loss.
Not getting any first serves in.
Be a let down if he loses this service game.
Chance to lose it.
Cash is now playing as if he believes that he can win. The whole attitude has changed.
Advantage, Cash.
Let's go back and check that times they've been to the net. Lendl 8 times, won 7 points. Cash 92 times.
Gives you an idea how they plan to play the match, huh?
A little bit.
Break point, second serve.
Cash breaks, and he wins the first game of the final set.
He wins the first game.
Will serve, and he's leading 1-love in the final set.
Got a barn burner here now.
Love 15.
Good depth on Lendl's shot. Service breaks the first break in 18 games, so combination of some good serving and some not so good returning.
Love 30.
Reminds me of a lot of the returns Borg used to hit off the wood that go up in the air and put you in terrible trouble with the volley.
Getting some awkward spot. Cash in a bit of trouble here at love 30.
He's spinning crazily.
15-30.
Two miss hits in a row by Lendl.
Lendl's rackets had a flat.
They say you pay for the whole thing, you might as well use the whole thing, not just the strings.
I'm just wondering if there's any physical side coming into this match on Lendl's part, as well as the mental thing of the crowd.
They've been out there
perhaps
for
upsetting him.
2 hours and 45 minutes now.
Just have a close look at Lendl's footwork.
Bad first forehand volley by Cash got him in trouble. He's now down a break point.
30-14.
Just held that racket out and just blocked the ball, didn't put anything on it at all. Paid the price.
Court was open, wasn't it?
Even if you don't get it by the guy, you put him in more trouble.
First serve's gone off in this game. All of a sudden tossing the ball low.
Super shot by Lendl. That's his favorite backhand return, backhand passing shot.
Cash gets a break, and Lendl breaks right back.
They went 18 games without a break, and then they go back-to-back breaks. Well, that's a big boost for Ivan Lendl. 3-0 in 5-set matches.
Cash is saying, can you tell the people to stop yelling out during the point?
Please don't call out during the playing of a point. It's distracting to both players, and we want to be as fair as possible. Thank you.
Nobody anywhere in tennis hits that shot better than Ivan Lendl.
Or more frequently.
$30.
First 5-set match in this tournament.
$30-15.
Excellent.
Really good racket work from Cash that time, because Lendl's shot was deep. A lot of topspin on it.
Got it right down at Lendl's feet.
Advantage, Lendl.
Twice in a row, Lendl's gone to the forehand in the deuce court. Cash has not gotten it back in play.
Lendl leads 2 games to 1. Lendl leads Cash 2 games to 1 in the final set. Pat Cash to serve. Lendl long. This is just the first. We've been promising you a great day of tennis here at the U.S. Open, and this is just the first in our serial. Still to come, Martina Navratilova against Chris Evert in the women's final, and after that, the two American left-handers, Jimmy Connors against John McEnroe. So there's still a lot in store.
But get comfortable at home. Stay with us.
Dirty love.
That serve to the forehand has worked well for Cash against Lendl, but normally on the first serve, when Lendl is standing back farther, when he moves in around that baseline, he gets it earlier. He's not drawn out of court.
Forehand volley again. That was a sitter.
30 all.
Hard to win a point.
Lendl has really, on the big points, he is tightening up on his forehand.
Has not hit his forehand as well today as we normally see him. Could be the occasion.
Game to Cash. One of John Newcomb's old buddies is down with Brent Musburger. Let's go down for a chat.
Certainly is, Pat. Fred Stolle. And Fred, we want to say hello to all the folks in Australia who have been watching our coverage. It's about 6 o'clock in the morning over there in Melbourne and the rest of those great cities. They stay up all night over in your homeland to watch this match?
Well, I think they may have set the clock a little early, and it's Sunday morning down there. They're probably having some early morning breakfast with a couple of six-packs.
How about the youngster, Pat Cash? What have you thought about his performance so far, Fred?
I think he's had a great year, Brent. He started off a fantastic tournament at Wimbledon where he kept the Aussies up there till early hours in the morning. This program here doesn't start till the early hours in the morning, and I think he's improved his temperament a lot. And as the boys have mentioned on the telecast, I think what's let him down here a little bit today has been that forehand volley. The tactics have been is to go in on a short ball to Lendl's backhand, but he has had a few opportunities to put some forehand volleys away and not done so. Also, right now, I think that shadow that you can see on the court is going to play a pretty important part in this fifth set.
Fred, what about 1-love in the fifth set here? Cash serving. Did he start to think he could win?
I think he might have felt he had a pretty good chance, Nick. And again, a couple of errors came in. He's been serving pretty well, though.
He didn't serve well in that particular game.
No, not in that game. But as you know, getting into that situation, I felt he was lucky, a bit fortunate to get out of the fourth set. Lendl didn't serve well in the tiebreaker, didn't get a first serve in, and finishing up with a couple of double faults to lose that first service game in the fifth. Then Cash has got to think that he's got a chance to get into his first major final.
40-15.
A couple of those forehand volleys, Nick, reminiscent of yours.
It's 40-15. Game to Lendl. the big scoreboard up on top of the stadium that in the late afternoon causes that. Here you can see the shadow across the court, and here is what causes it. Bright sun in the background, and it is bright. Perfect day.
Love.
Don't forget, we're not nearly through yet. Coming next, the women's final. Navratilova against Evert Lloyd, and after that, the other men's semifinal, Connors and McEnroe.
40 love.
And Tony, speaking of all that coming up, what does this do, this long wait now to, let's say, McEnroe and Connors?
Well, it makes you edgy, in my opinion. It's tough to sit back there at the hotel watching on television, trying to decide when to eat, you know, when to get their hit in and all that kind of stuff. It is difficult. I mean, it's equal for one and the other, but it's still not simple. It's about 13 minutes after 4 here Eastern time, and that's about the time the men's final will start tomorrow. And this match isn't over yet. There's the women's final and then the other men's semi.
Cash gets even at 3.
This is about the stage in the 4th set where the crowd really started to get behind Cash.
3-all.
They've been a little quiet so far.
I think they're feeling the tension the same way, Nuke. They got what they wanted, a 5-setter.
Now they're not sure. They don't want to do it to Lendl again.
Right.
We'll see.
15 love.
Cashy doesn't like the call. Maybe he's mad at himself for not going after it.
I think he thought it was long.
But still, that's what I mean. But he's mad you got to go play it and hope you hear the call. If you don't hear the call, at least you've got the ball in play.
15 love.
Love.
That's what we call a young lob. Good shot.
Really held the racket a long time, didn't he?
Yep.
30-15.
Got it ready early, waited. He had a good long follow through, carrying that ball down the line. That was a shot that was very effective for Cash in the first set. He really hasn't made it much since then. He's gone to the underspin, the chip backhand more.
Unbelievable shot.
Yeah, super shot. He had to go for it. He was way out of court. Right selection here. Let's have a look at Lendl. He plays it good. Nothing wrong with that. Just a super shot from Cash. Scores at 30-all. Crowd starting to buzz.
I don't know if you saw it, but Cash really had that racket back early. So when he got over there on the dead run, all he had to do was pull the trigger and bring that racket forward.
Lendl waiting now for the crowd to settle down.
Well, the scoreboard is not operating at the moment. They had an incorrect score up, and now they've still got it incorrect.
300 to 330.
If I were a player, I wouldn't be waiting. We know what the score is.
30 all is the score. They finally got it corrected.
Well, maybe I would if I could do that.
6 aces for Lendl.
40-30.
I think Lendl made a good play there by waiting for a little bit. Let things settle down after that last point.
shot by Lendl. Coming back live with Pat Cash to serve at 3-4 in the final set. Men's semifinal U.S. Open action. Been a beauty. Hope you're enjoying it.
Double fault by Cash. That's 4 for him.
Not the way to start off a game at 3-4 down in the 5th. First serve left him in his first service game of this set when he led 1-love in a break. Whoa.
That good high kicker up on Lendl's backhand that's been very, very successful for Pat Cash. Got him.
Yeah, that's a super shot off the backhand. Topspin lob.
15-30.
I always get very envious when I see that.
Yeah.
I tried one once. It went over the stand on the full.
That's about 6 points he's won for the topspin lob.
First one off the backhand.
Good serve.
Talking about Connors and McEnroe having to wait and prepare, what about Martina and Chris? They would have had to be ready to go on in the tiebreak in the 4th set.
Right. Same situation.
Get ready, get unready. Psyched up, unpsyched up.
Oy.
40-30.
5th set first serve percentage. Lendl 52, Cash 45. Could be better than that for both of them. That'll help. Cash gets even at 4 in the final.
I'm surprised there haven't been more service breaks. There's been 2 in this set, but if your service percentage is that low, your first serve's into play.
5, please.
It's now getting a little tense, isn't it?
Yeah, both players have to feel the pressure now. I don't care who you are or how good you are.
You think if Cash wins, Nuke, they might open the taverns in Australia?
Sunday morning. It's a great shot. I tell you what they'll do. They'll watch the women's singles final, the other men's singles semis, and then they'll open the taverns.
Oh, huge.
It's a pretty good time to come back with something, wasn't it? That's his 7th ace.
15-all.
That one just whistled.
That was
Past
really
Cash.
nailed.
30-15. $40-15.
Going to hear some stomping and cheering after this game.
By Lendl.
Lendl.
Lendl wins the game and leads 5-4. Umpire Charles Beck asking for quiet.
Tough assignment. Full house and very excited at this stage.
And Cash waiting for things to settle.
Trying to sort of steer that serve in a little bit now.
Understandably so.
Yeah, it's not working.
Look out now.
Love 15.
Good second serve, that he went after it. Nice to see a positive forehand volley too,
That's
wasn't
what
it?
I was going to say. That was
all.
the real thing was the Chris forehand volley, because he has not done that too frequently. Looks like he changed his mind. He wasn't sure was going wide or not. He looked back to sort of double check that sideline, his position in the court after he missed it.
That's a little bit of tension in there then.
You bet.
15-30.
Lendl trying to make him hit forehand volleys, it looks like.
Great get.
Oh! Not a bad smash.
Pretty fair overhead.
That's two great points he's played under
30 all.
immense pressure.
And to Lendl's credit, he is the one that's putting that pressure on.
Made a great get.
If Cash can get out of this game, he's got to be on a high.
Boy, a tough serve now. 4-5, 30 all, second serve. Yeah, it's match point. I thought it was called out.
I thought so too. The crowd thought it was good.
Gutsy try.
Match point.
Well, the Cash fans don't like it. I think Pat knew it was out.
He didn't argue much.
Nope.
Here's where he needs the first serve.
3 hours and 17 minutes later, it's match point for Lendl.
Deuce.
I think if Cash does get out of this game, you're going to see the crowd really start to get charged up.
They're charged up already. They'll be on their feet.
It's out.
No, it was good.
Called out.
It's called out. Yep. Not by much.
Advantage Cash. In the fifth. Lendl
Wow.
to serve.
Now Lendl's got to be thinking, am I meant to win this match?
Ooh, that was close.
Heard the beep, though.
Yep. Heard it again. 6 double faults for Lendl.
Love 15.
of 15.
I think it was in, wasn't it?
I think it was good. Have to wait till they put the score up.
15 all.
Yep.
15 all. It was good.
Gee, he mishit it completely. And what a sitting duck he was, too. Didn't have to be a good lob to get over his head.
Cash a bit lucky there.
He was indeed. He guessed right at the end.
15-30.
Well, this is what it's all about.
That's right. Now it's a reversal of the last game, isn't it?
5 all in the 5th. 15-30. Pressure on both guys.
Cash had his go last game. Now it's Lendl's turn.
See if Cash can make himself try to come in off the return.
Of age, a great effort. He's got the people standing up for him.
15-40.
2 break points. If Lendl loses this serve, Cash will be serving for the match when we come back.
That serve was almost long.
That's out.
Backhand volley has been solid all day.
Been one heck of a battle.
Lendl's gotten a swing at second serves in this game. Got 1 or 2 back in play.
That was a good second serve, that last one, though.
If he'd do that in the first serve, he'd be better off because I'll be standing back farther.
He picked it, but it was too good.
Good return by Lendl.
Sure was. A 30 love serving for the match. Went after that one too.
Oh, that's a sensational shot by Lendl.
That's about 8 times he's done it,
at least.
30 all.
Yeah, they're easy to do on the unimportant points, though.
Yeah.
It's when you can do them on those big points. Well, that wasn't big. That was huge, that point. Trying for a bit too much, I guess. Got to go after it.
Break point for Lendl.
Oh,
30.
We got what's he got? 1 first serving out of 5 so far.
Yeah. If you could whisper in his ear, you say you better kick that thing up on the backhand on the first serve and get in.
I'm sure he's whispering in his own ear.
He remembers what happened in the tiebreaker. That's what he did to win it.
Oh, yes.
Bit of a changeup.
Well, he went after it.
Deuce.
I think he's got to go for it. Go down swinging or win. Oh, yes.
Match point for Cash.
Advantage Cash.
Just under 3.5 hours these two have been going at one another. Great lob by Ivan Lendl.
Wasn't it?
Cash made a good backhand volley.
This crowd is standing up and screaming after every point.
Quiet, please.
Now we got to. Oh no! Gee, that looked good. Looked good to me.
Tough second serve now.
No comment from Lendl.
Certainly not going to give it to him.
There it is again. That's just great tennis.
Yeah, what a battle. Now it's break point for Lendl, trying to get even 6-all and go into the tiebreaker.
You got to hand it to Lendl the way he's fought back in this game from 30 love down.
Second break point in this game.
Yeah, Cash did a lot of work in that last point too.
Ball.
To each other, Cash and Lendl.
No, it wasn't that. He was.
What was it?
Cash was pointing at the lines person who he thought made a bad call down the center service line. When Lendl pointed back, he said, "No, no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the lines person back there." I think Lendl at first thought he was going after him.
He did think he was talking to him at first. He started to walk toward the net. But Cash was motioning, beckoning at the linesperson.
You talk about drama now. We're in the 5th set, semifinals, and we're in a tiebreaker. Another terrific topspin lob by Lendl pays off. We talked about what a great athlete Cash is and how well he can jump and so forth, but when he can't get up and get those things, you know they're in a very difficult spot.
He was there for that one, just jumped a little early. I think that goes for Pat.
I think you're right.
1-all.
1-all tiebreaker, 5th set.
It's long.
2-1, Lendl.
One of the few backhand volleys really that Cash has missed.
First serve.
Sort of plays itself, doesn't it?
Yep.
Three-two Cash.
will change ends.
It was a risky shot to try.
It was, and he had a chance to get in too.
Down the line, off a low ball.
Or if you make it your hero, you got a winner. Here's Lendl's reaction.
I don't think Lendl was looking for that then. Serve out to the forehand on a big point like that. Good tactical play from Cash. I guess took him by surprise. Went to his strength.
Lendl will now serve 2 points.
First to reach 7.
Cash constantly wiping around his eyes. He did the same thing at Wimbledon, and I asked him about it later, and he said, I just perspire so much, the perspiration keeps getting in my eyes. Lendl take a little extra time.
Lendl as emotional as I've seen him in a match.
6 for Lendl.
Some match points now for Ivan Lendl. Here's another look. Good racket preparation.
Somebody yelled out of the stand.
I know. They'll get him after the match.
Toss was up. Just fired his racket into the stands in disgust.
He did?
Yes.
I didn't see it.
Threw it way up into the second tier.
I don't know whether it was in disgust or whether someone wanted the racket.
The match took 3 hours and 39 minutes. And as Tony said, it's a shame either one of them had to lose. Ivan Lendl advances to the final. Stop with Pat O'Brien for a moment. We'll be chatting with them in a minute. Here comes the people's choice, Pat Cash. Pat chooses not to talk. You really can't blame him much.
No way.
Let's go down to Pat O'Brien and Ivan Lendl.
Thank you, Pat. I think this crowd would like to say this is one of the best matches we've seen here at the Tennis Center. They really enjoyed this, I think.
I don't know if it was one of the best matches here, because I'm sure there were many very good matches here, and you know, I feel very fortunate to win this match because Pat was playing very well, and he was pushing me very far, and I had to save match point. And every time you win from match point down, it's just a little bit of luck in there too.
A little bit of luck and a great lob. The lob worked well for you today, didn't it?
Pat was closing onto the net very much. That's why he was getting so many difficult passing shots. He was volleying them away for winners. So I said to myself, you have to try to do something else. I mean, you go down the line, he's there. You go cross court, he's there. So go over him.
What were your thoughts in the 5th set tiebreaker? It seemed to be very emotional for you. I've never seen you play this emotional.
Well, I felt very unfortunate at 5-4 when I had match point, and Pat served a good serve, and then he won the game. And then he was serving for the match, and as I said, I saved match point, and that really fired me up, and I wanted to win very badly, and I'm very happy I did.
I presume you're tired, but will you stick around and watch Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe?
No, I'm going to watch it on television unless you cut it off.
We won't cut it off. Ivan Lendl, thank you. Let's go back to Pat Summerall.
All right, Pat, thank you very much. And right now, let's go down to Brent Musburger.
All right, let us assure Ivan Lendl that we will not cut it off here tonight. Fred Stolle, what are your thoughts about your countryman, Pat Cash, and that great match we've just seen?
Well, I think, Brent, he can stand very tall. I think it was a great match. He did get upset with that one serve that would have given him another match point. But in a match like that, as Tony Trabert said, it's tough to have one player lose. And in a semi-finals of the US Open, personally, myself, I'd like to see them play it out as they do at Wimbledon, because that in a semi-finals, or in the US Open for that matter, something like that, a Russian roulette in the 5th set with such a great match as this one, it's a shame to see it end.
For those who aren't aware, Fred, how do they finish a 5th set at Wimbledon?
Well, Wimbledon, they play it out. There's a tiebreaker in the first 4 sets, and in the final and the 5th and final set, they play it out. So you've got to win it. It could go on all night. You fellas may have had to cut it off.
Billie Jean, let's take another look at match point. You were as thrilled about this match as any I've seen you witness.
Oh, I was so excited. I thought Pat Cash actually lost the match on his backhand down the line, but here you see emotional Ivan Lendl, and I think that's the change in him since the French. He is very honest with us that he really wants to win, and he lets you know it.
Fred, you made the same observation as you were watching this. You said Ivan is not nearly as nervous or tentative as he would have been prior to winning the French Open.
Yes, well, I agree with Billie Jean, and we discussed that here. I think that since the French, and he's played in the final, he's won a big tournament, I think he is more relaxed under pressure, and I think that showed there today. On set point, he scrambled and he put up a good lob. It wasn't a nervous one, and it was 6 inches inside the baseline. He came back from adversity, and as he said, it's only a couple of points here in a match like that, and he paid due credit to Pat Cash, and you know, he's a great sportsman.
Oh, he sure is. And the great drama is just beginning here at the United States Open. Match number 1 still to come, of course, the women's final. Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert, and then John McEnroe against Jimmy Connors. We'll be right back. Yesterday, I mentioned on the air that the only player to beat Chris in a U.S. Open final was Martina Navratilova a year ago. No sooner had we signed off when I received a telephone call from California and a young lady by the name of Tracy Austin. Tracy wondered, I know I'm not here, Brent, but did you forget about me? Well, Tracy, I apologize, because Tracy Austin, of course, beat Chris Evert Lloyd back in 1979 in the final here. She's now recuperating back in California from a variety of injuries. She told me, in fact, she promised me she'll be back in action here next year. And Tracy, we will never, ever again forget what you did to Chris Evert Lloyd. And, of course, coming up now is the rematch of a year ago, Billie Jean. And how do you view that match? Chris played so very well yesterday, but Martina seems to be the dominant force. I know you spoke to both the players.
Well, I was in the dressing room not too long ago, and both were getting a massage on their back. And the problem Martina was having is she likes to eat an hour before the match. She has a container of spaghetti. And so she said, I'm having trouble. I'm so hungry, but I want to eat an hour ahead. And then Chris always has a sandwich and a banana. I mean, it's like everybody does the same thing over and over. But Chris, the one thing that she's changed the last 2 weeks is that Dennis Rawson's had her hitting against left-handers every other day, and she's hoping that may make a difference.
Now, when you were over there in the locker room, were they concerned about the wait? I know the Cash match was just developing against Lendl. Were they upset that they might have to wait an extra long time?
I don't think it's terrific, but one thing that tennis players learn, especially the caliber of these two great players, is that you have no control over it. And they were saying, please get finished, please get finished. It was interesting that Chris stayed away from watching the television. In fact, when you had Mike Estep on, she said, please turn it down. I don't want to hear what he has to say. And Martina actually was watching the match on the television for a while.
Billie Jean, what about the reaction of the crowd? They've just been through this terribly emotional five-setter. They have to be very restless early in this championship and somewhat distracting for both players?
That's true. I think both players will know that going on here, that they've just seen a very long match, that people are going to want to be getting up and walking around. And so the first few games are going to be very noisy and it could be distracting. But both of these players are so great mentally that I think they've probably thought about that.
Chris Evert Lloyd's winning streak record of 56. If Martina wins here today, it would be number 55. Right. Is that record important to Chris?
Yes, it is. Chris is very proud of her records. She has every right to be. She's been #1 in the world 7 times. And of course, here you see Martina coming out, and it's very important to Martina to beat the record.
And there's Chris right behind her. You were there at Wimbledon too, Billie Jean, when they squared off for that championship.
Well, I think Chris believes in herself more now than she did then because she had such a great final against Martina. But I think it's important that she get off to a good start and stay there. She had Martina 3-love in the finals in the first set and ended up losing that first set 7-6. So I think maybe if she gets in that same situation again, she'll remember back and not let up.
Let's go now to the public address announcer, Carl Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us now in a salute to America. Here to sing our national anthem, we present Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
And coming up next here on CBS, the women's championship of this U.S. Open. Martina Navratilova against Chris Evert Lloyd.
And John Newcomb's chair has been filled now by Virginia Wade. You know, Virginia, a lot of people had said that this tournament had not seen any exciting matches, but the one between Cash and Lendl just now took care of all those words, didn't it?
Well, I always feel that the U.S. Open climaxes at the last weekend. It's unlike some of the other tournaments where I think maybe Wimbledon climaxes in the middle weekend, because then the crowds get smaller towards the end. But here it's always this big finale.
Well, we're going to look at Chris Evert Lloyd take on Martina Navratilova for the 61st time in just a minute. They're still completing their warm-ups. How do you see the match today?
I think it's going to be very different from a year ago. A year ago, Martina won easily, 1-3. But their games were almost polarized last year. Martina was so tough, both mentally. She was so eager. She wanted to win every single point. She didn't want to give away a single point. This year, she's still playing just as well. But, you know, she's so far above everybody else that she does get a little nonchalant and take it a bit easy. Chris, on the other hand, wasn't quite in order last year. Things were just not quite right. But this year, she has shown us that she is trying to close the gap again. And there's always that element of mental toughness that Chris has.
Well, they're just about ready to start, Tony. How do you see the match?
Well, I think Chris has to do 2 or 3 things very well to really stay in the match. One is she has to get a lot of first serves in. Secondly, she's going to have to take Martina's serves from around the baseline, not get too deep in the court. And she's going to have to take some floaters and come in some. She can't stay back and let Martina do all the rushing. Here we go. Chris Evert Lloyd to serve.
The crowd still has certainly not settled down at all. The stadium was just packed as that Cash Lendl match came to an end. It'll be packed before too much longer. 15 all. Joan Vorbom from San Jose, California, is the chair umpire. That's a fault.
Beautiful sight to me seeing Martina stand there during the national anthem with her hand over her heart looking at our flag. Became an American citizen in 1981.
And singing the anthem.
Yep.
It's going to be a little difficult to settle down because, as we know, it's pretty hard to follow that match before.
That was a beauty.
The Australians know how to play tennis, don't they?
Sure do. So do the Czechs.
I know, but most people have forgotten how the Australians play. They do everything right.
40-30.
Well, that's what we saw Chris doing at Wimbledon so successfully. When she got a shorter ball on the forehand, she would rip it cross court and try to get in behind it. Well, Martina's certainly not making any mystery of her tactic out here. She missed a few forehands attacking them at the beginning, but she is going to keep going for that return whenever she can.
In the event you might have just joined us, that was the first match today, the men's semifinal between Lendl and Cash. It went to 5 sets, 5-set tiebreaker. Also had a tiebreaker in the 4th set.
Chris Evert Lloyd wins the first game, first set.
We'll be back with more tennis action after this word from your local station. Evert Lloyd won the first game of the first set. Martina missed her first serve in the first point of game number 2. Here's how Martina got to the final.
The Antonopoulos in straight sets, Andrea Leon in straight sets, Jennifer Mundell in about 36 minutes, Barbara Potter, Sukova, and Wendy Turnbull. So she hadn't lost a set. No one's gotten more than 4 games from her in any one set.
15 love. Here's how Chris got here.
And Chris had a very, very concentrated tournament. Maximum number of games she lost was 5 against Sylvia Hanicka and against all good players.
40 love.
She obviously didn't lose the set either. Martina served her first ace. 40 love. In her case, that serve is really a weapon.
Game Navratilova, 1-all.
Even at 1. They've turned the lights on here in the stadium so that the transition from daylight, bright sunlight, to dusk to dark won't be so great.
It's going to be dark when sometime during the match when Connors and McEnroe play.
Oh yeah.
15 love.
There's John Lloyd, Chris Evert Lloyd's husband.
What a great tournament he had.
Super. Finally lost to Connors.
Out! 15 all.
Temperature has risen to 73 degrees. Wind south 8 miles an hour. Sunny. The sun will set about 2 hours from right now at 7:19.
Betty Stove, Rosie Casals. There'll be a lot of players watching out there today.
Out! 40-15.
Martina pressing a little bit too much. She's made several errors, really trying to go for a little too much too soon.
Tony Trabert, Chris Evert Lloyd leading 2-1. The women's final of 1984 at the National Tennis Center.
Today is really got to be the best day of tennis anywhere in the world during the year.
Certainly agree.
Oh! 15
Ooh, that just missed. Third appearance for Martina in the U.S. Open final. She, of course, is the defending champion. Finally last year.
30 love.
Mike Estep, who is Martina's coach. You probably saw that feature on Mike and what they've accomplished since he was hired a little over a year ago.
30-15.
A little bit loose.
Again, trying to go for too good a shot.
Unquestionably, the best serve in women's tennis.
Best first serve and the best second serve.
Put those together, that's pretty tough to beat, isn't it?
Particularly when you back it up like she backs it up.
Yeah. Game to Navratilova.
2-all.
It's 2-all first set.
It's going to be a while for this crowd to really get involved in this match. Of course, it's early in the first set, but they're sort of wrung out after that men's semi we just watched.
Well, it's going to be a while before they all get back to their seats.
Chris is moving as well as I've ever seen her move. In her match against Carling Bassett, she moved well, got the drop shots very quickly, so the ball was higher and she had more time to decide what to do with it. She did it very well there.
Out! 30 love.
President of the USTA, Hunter Delatour, has to be very happy about the tournament and the way it's progressed. Tremendous crowds and great weather. Today made it all worth waiting. 4.
So the shadows almost all the way across the court now.
40 love.
40 love. We're on serve so far. And I think you're right, Virginia. Martina's just trying for too much.
I think she feels so confident that she's such a superior tennis player that she can win points too easily, and I prefer to see her working at points out a little bit. A good drop shot. Chris usually goes cross court on that, but you saw that Martina was waiting. But there again, Martina is so strong on that wrist that she's going to do something with it, even at full stretch. Sort of point that they both wanted to play to get into the match.
Good lob.
40-30.
One of the things that makes Martina so dominant is the fact that even when she is stretched wide and hits that low volley practically off the ground, she hits it with so much power. And I know that Mike Estep practices that particular shot with her a lot.
She runs so well. First set of this women's final.
Fault.
Martina trying to defend her title and Chris trying to win the title for the 7th time.
Love 15.
Love 15.
Martina's got to tighten up on some of the errors that she's making.
I'm not so sure she picked that ball up very well.
It could be that
unforced error, excuse me.
Yeah, that's a high percentage for her, high average of errors. I'm sure it is tricky to see with the light at this moment.
All.
Martina's won the last 12 times they've played one another. That can't just fill that young lady with confidence, but every time going out there she thinks she's got a chance, and she certainly does.
15-30.
15-30. Coming next, John McEnroe against Jimmy Connors from the USTA National Tennis Center. And in case you might be wondering, we'll stay with that match until it's completed.
Fault.
We talked about sunset as what, 7:19 when is sunrise.
I got a red light. It was a fault.
There was no beep, and the serve did look awfully close. Martina has every right to question that. I think this machine needs some tuning up sometimes.
No. 15-40.
Martina signaled, Chrissy signaled it was out. Whatever it is, it's 2 break points for Chris Evert. Lloyd, but take another look. Let you be the judge. I think there's any way you can tell on a replay like that.
Not from that angle.
Nothing's happening from the machine.
Well, that hit beyond the 12-inch line, you know, behind the line, so it doesn't beep after that.
The umpire should call it.
Ooh.
I think we ought to invent a machine that calls lines that's got 2 eyes, not Cyclops.
2 good ones, huh?
Yes.
Still a break point.
There's the beep.
Deuce.
I just feel that they should have a lines person sitting on the machine listening to it so that they can stick their arm out or call immediately, because in the stadium there is a lot of commotion, a lot of planes go by. You don't always hear that.
I agree with you.
It's a great shot.
Advantage Navratilova.
First serve percentage. Martina far below her average. Everett Lloyd at 71%. Of course, it's not that big a weapon for her.
Game Navratilova.
This
They're
is
even
a
at 3.
This is the sort of thing that I see happening. Martina being a tiny bit sloppy, getting into a little bit of trouble, but still being so confident on such a roll that when she needs it, she can just pull out the stops and hit winning shots.
Love 15.
Though Chrissy's serve is not a weapon, that percentage, a high percentage, is very important for her because it keeps Martina from coming into that offer serve on the return. So if her percentage goes down, that means it's open for Martina to come on in.
Good return.
Love 30.
Let's analyze this serve, Virginia.
Well, everything is good about the serve. The action is good. It's just a little bit on the stiff side, and she could really get that right leg to come on in, and it stays behind, so her weight doesn't go in as much as it could.
And the way you do that is toss the ball forward into the court, so you have to lean in after it.
It's incredible to be ranked in the top 2 since 1975.
Really is when you think about it. Times at the net so far in this game, this set, I should say, 20 to 11. Successful attempts. This hasn't been there yet.
It's a break.
Game Navratilova.
Martina gets her break. Martina Navratilova coming off a service breakdown service.
Love 15.
Martina does not look very intense to me. As you mentioned, Virginia, sort of loose. And that's the way you can get yourself in trouble.
That last loss. None this year.
Here's another look. Chris takes this one in the air and goes straight at Martina, right down the middle of the court, and trapped her. Smart play by Chris. Back live at love 40. 3 break points for Evert Lloyd. Trying to get even at 4-all first set.
Game, Evert Lloyd.
And there's the break. And Chris gets even at 4-all. Checking some of the college football scores. Michigan upset Miami 22-14. Nebraska over Wyoming 42-7. Ohio State 22. Oregon State the loser.
Ball.
We'll run some more down in just a minute.
Love 15.
Purdue upset Notre Dame 23-21. That game played at the new Hoosier Dome. Iowa 59, Iowa State 21. Penn State 15, a tough time with Rutgers 15-12.
all.
15 all. LSU tied Florida 21-21. Syracuse beat Maryland 23-7. And it was Georgia 26, Southern Mississippi 19. And now the crowd is starting to get into things, and Chris Evert Lloyd is level at 4-all in the first set with Martina Navratilova. It's 30-15.
all.
Saying thank you so much. I mean, she has to understand that because she's so dominant that the crowd will always back the underdog. Chris went through it at one stage too. Now they're on her side.
Lots of unforced errors thus far by Martina.
Evert Lloyd leads in the first set. Navratilova serving to try to get even.
Get in this kind of situation, anything can happen. Chrissy knock a couple past Martina and miss a volley or something, and set can go by in a hurry. Chrissy's mother on the left, husband John in the middle. Mother saying, keep it up.
All.
Chris was a little deeper in the court, I think, than she would like to be or should be. You got to stand in on that serve and try to get it, make Martina at least volley up to you. Otherwise, she's too tough. Here's where I see she's behind the baseline, maybe a yard. Let's see if she does move up to the baseline at least. That's what she did at Wimbledon. Had some success doing on the returns.
First double fault by Martina.
15-30.
15-30.
And Martina not relying on her concentration to this point, but just then she was saying, come on, get it in. So she's got to slap herself up a little bit.
Chris is standing over to her left. Now she's come back a little bit. It fell over.
30 all.
Great break for Martina. She'd have been down double set point if that hadn't gone over.
Yeah, and Chris had absolutely no play on that. There was no way she could get there. 30 all. It
30-40.
Set point.
Quiet, please. Deuce.
Good serve that time by Navratilova.
Well, Martina is still not getting in the first serve this game. 6-second serves, including one double fault.
Fault. The Cyclops. I got a red light. The light one.
Well, they were both looking askance at that. Chris hit such a sensational shot. It caught the corner of the line at the other end.
There's a second look at it.
Satisfied with this.
I think Martina has to be satisfied because she'd have been passed cleanly. Back live. Another set point.
Advantage, Evert Lloyd.
That one didn't appear to be even close. Well, Martina's just upset with herself for the call. A second look coming in. Locking the volley into the open court and saying, yes, that's one. 36 minutes.
Game and first set, Evert Lloyd, 6-4.
Been a long
Ladies
time
and gentlemen,
since Chris has even won a
as
set.
a courtesy to the players, please be as
from
quiet as you
Martina.
can during the play of the point. Thank you.
And that came a year ago in the Canadian Open when she won the second set that time.
Second set. Evert Lloyd to serve.
There's Mike Estep. You're going to see a different Navratilova, I think, in this second set. She's not going to be as loose.
In spite of that point?
Yep, I think she'll be continually on the attack. Going to try to reverse this thing. Of course, Chris is going to have a lot to say with that.
15 love. That looked a little bit more like what we've seen before. All.
Missed the first serves in this game, and Martina creeping up. She's over a little bit, wants you to forehand.
Too ambitious. But Martina needs something like this to fire her up, but it's being in a situation like this that we want to see whether her nerve can be tested. It hardly ever is.
Ball hit right on the line.
And Martina could have made a play on the ball. She just thought it was going out.
40-30.
They must teach that topspin lob in Czechoslovakia.
I guess so. We saw a bunch of them off of Lendl's racket, didn't we? Here's another look. Watch this angled backhand with pace.
Game, Evert Lloyd. First game, second set.
Here we go. Racket preparation early. Roll across court. Yes, sir. Clench the fist. I got one game of the second set.
Right now, while we have a moment, let's go down to Brent Musburger.
This day of unforgettable tennis was touched off by this young man, Pat Cash, who dueled Ivan Lendl for 5 sets before losing in such a heartbreaking tiebreaker. Pat, you've had a short time, I know, to cool off. What are your thoughts now and your emotions about the match?
Well, I think it was a bit of a seesaw match, you see. I came out well and started well, and then I lost all my rhythm in the middle there. And I thought I was a bit lucky to get back in the match. And then after all, having a match point and everything, obviously I'm disappointed.
We have a point from the tiebreaker that we want to show you, because I thought you had it, and this was at 5-4, and you can tell us exactly what's happening here.
Well, I don't know what's happening here. Hello. Yeah, I remember this one. I didn't like that at all. Yeah, well, it wasn't much I could do there. He hit a great forehand down the line, and I could have got it a bit lower, but he hit it so hard, it was very hard to control. And he's got great passing shots on the run, and as you saw there, he just hit the backhand down the line.
Pat, is there any doubt in your mind about that first serve at match point? Did it hit the line clearly?
I don't know, but those things you got to forget about them. I'm trying to forget about it, and he's a champion, and champions get out of those tight spots, and that's what he did.
Pat, congratulations on a marvelous match. You made nothing but friends today, and let's go back now to Pat Summerall.
All right, Brent. Evert Lloyd won the first set 6-4. Navratilova serving in the second set at love 1. All those shots are just too good.
And Martina hasn't hit her first serving.
I know it. What a nice way for Pat Cash to put it, too. He's a champion. He got out of it.
He's right. Champions do get out of it.
15 all.
Yeah, they played so well, those two guys. It was really a shame that anybody had to lose. Pat certainly also deserved to win it. 15 all.
Correction, 15-30.
Well, Chris talking about her chances today. She knows she's playing well, but she said Martina hasn't even shown me any chance in other matches. But
30 all.
This is what Chris is looking for. One day when when Martina might be a little bit off.
As we told you earlier, the lights have been on for about 45 minutes to make that transitional period between daylight and dusk, and when the sun goes down, a little bit easier to adjust to. Look at this. Martina's been to the net 43 times, won 21 points.
Well, I wouldn't put it quite as strongly as that.
I didn't understand what she said, Virginia.
Most shocking service game.
See, that's the stuff that no other gal can do. Martina stretches out like that, not only gets it back, but hits a winner.
1-all.
Just watch this. It's a terrific stretch that the ball's actually behind her and way, way past her. Tremendous shot.
Love 15. Love 30.
Where Chris can't get too tentative. She's got to keep going after it a little bit. You know Martina's going to rush you.
Love 40.
Yeah.
3 break points.
Chris really needs to hang in here because if Martina starts getting ignited, she's ready to roll.
Game Navratilova.
Rolled right through that game. Navratilova leading 2-1. Second set. Evert Lloyd won the first set. 6-4.
15 love.
And now Martina starting to apply the pressure.
First serve.
Why do they say first serve?
Yes, the ball was a ball.
Oh, the umpire got a little mixed up that time.
Yeah.
All. Oh. 30-15.
The first serve makes a big difference. Chris is getting a pretty good play on the ball if Martina misses her first serve.
First serve.
Again, another great stretching backhand volley.
40-15.
40-15 now.
Game Navratilova.
Martina leads 3-1.
Navratilova leads.
Second set. What's the rest of that schedule? Check your local listings.
Good move by Chris, seeing that short ball on the forehand and coming in behind it.
That's something that she did not used to do, and again, she tried to do it at Wimbledon, did it with some success. I think she believes she has to do some of those things in order to really have a chance against Martina.
bad luck.
Actually played a little finer than she had to because Martina didn't see that coming at all. She had not started forward.
15 all.
Going back to that match at Wimbledon when she did that on the forehand, she did it so successfully until it got close, and then she didn't want to go in when it got to 5 all and 6 all.
That type of thing, Pat, is why the first serve percentage for Chris is so important.
Evert Lloyd won the first set 6-4. Navratilova leads and will be serving 3-2 in the second. She has a service break.
That's too good. A tremendously deep first volley, followed by the easy put away second volley.
Second ace for Martina.
Have another look. I mean, Chris doesn't even attempt to play this ball. She looks at it and decides it's not in. Doesn't play it.
Out. Game Navratilova. 4-2 Navratilova.
4-2 Navratilova.
I guess there's a little bit of a lesson to be learned there, because there are some people who don't believe the machine, and in a situation that's this important, I would say, hey, play everything and wait for the call. You know, don't not make an effort at it and then find out that they're not going to call it in your favor.
Martina signaling that the ball skid through. Either Chris put a little extra slice on that, or it took a dive.
She also had it nice and deep.
Good serve.
That one hit on the line too. Watch Martina get wrong-footed here. Tries to do a 360. That's, even she can't do that to a success.
Got the racket on. 40 love.
Just as I thought Martina was eliminating unforced errors, she's got a little bit sloppy again. Chris must take advantage here.
First double fault by Chris. 40-15 now. went 5 sets. Ended in a tiebreaker. And of course, after this match, that one comes. John McEnroe against Jimmy Connors, and we'll stay with it until conclusion.
They've played for 1 hour now.
Tremendous stuff, because Chris was in a lot of trouble there. Managed to hit a nice early half volley. Martina had just done too much in that point to make one more. Love 15.
Longest match Martina's played is 1 hour and 3 minutes here at the Open against Lee Antonopoulos, so this is going to go longer than that.
I think Chris's longest is hour 16. Love 30.
Love 30.
Good shot here for Chris, a second serve. At the Open.
Crowd appreciates that great effort by both players. Look at that.
Unforced errors.
30 all.
Martina was praying for that. Bad luck. Chris has made so many of those forehand passes down the line today.
Game Navratilova.
Martina holds. Chris had some chances.
Yep.
Navratilova leads 5-3.
5-3. Second set.
Again, the good strong serving and then the good court coverage. So from love 30, Martina won 4 in a row.
When she needs it, she still comes out with those big serves.
I would expect to see Martina try to attack right here.
Love 15.
I'm glad to see that Chris is lobbing today, although that wasn't a very successful one, but it's one of the weapons that she can use against Martina, even if Martina hits good overhead. She gets so intimidated by Martina's overhead that she tends to go for passing shots too much, but even if you lob a few times, it will make Martina step a little bit further away from the net.
One of the first topspin backhands we've seen today from Martina. Very comfortable doing it.
Forehand pass down the line.
I guess that's Chris's favorite, wouldn't you say, off the forehand side?
Yeah. Good
40-30.
It's one of the things that Chris has talked about. She said, I want to improve my serve enough so I can get a couple of cheap points a game like Martina does against everybody. Not that she's going to serve as powerful as Martina. She knows that. It's out.
Game Everett Lloyd.
Billie Jean King telling me, give me a new set of knees, Brent, I'll play both. Tell me how this match is going now in your mind, Billie
Well,
Jean.
the thing I noticed is that Martina's been very sloppy on her forehand side, and that's what I always look at first. She's not turning, and she's trying a big topspin loop type of shot, and she's pretty sloppy, like Virginia and Tony have commented. Chris Evert, on the other hand, has been very good about commitment to her passing shots. I think her backhand has been exceptionally good, and her serve does look better than it's been in a long time.
Thank you.
Let's go upstairs now to Pat.
Navratilova serving for the second set. That would put it even at 1.
Love.
Women's final.
Here's a second look. Chris, get that racket ready on the run. Little top spin to keep it on line. Just thread it right down line as we come back live. 15-all, second serve coming. This place will go crazy if Chris gets this break back.
It's 15-30.
Chris, having gone down the line and cross-court, Martina wasn't certain which way she was going. She did pretty much have it covered.
Two break points.
And second serve coming up. Tough one. Still got a break point.
You know, another thing, if Chris ever got in her arsenal, the ability to take a second serve and hit it and come in herself, that was an opportune time, a very short, shaky second serve. Then you end up looking at that.
Deuce. Yep. Martina being a little bit more deliberate here, trying to get that concentration together. It happens. It was a late call.
If it was out, it was out. That's the key. Whatever. This is going to be a tough second serve now. Boy, super volley.
Advantage Navratilova.
You have to hand it to Martina. She is getting a little rattled there, and she had the toughest volley I think she's made all day.
with the sun down behind the stadium, the high walls of the stadium starting to cool off considerably.
Just out.
Advantage Navratilova.
No question that that ball was over the baseline.
Oh, yeah.
And it's set point for Martina.
And a helicopter going overhead to add to the drama.
Game and second set, Navratilova 6-4. Hold your places, please, ladies and gentlemen. The play is continuous. Thank you.
This is Martina's reaction
Final set, Evert
to
Lloyd
winning that
serve.
set. Talking to herself, as you can see the sun starting to go down over the island of Manhattan.
Quiet, please.
Pretty windy now. First game of the final set being served by Chris Evert Lloyd. Martina constantly encouraging herself and giving herself pep talks.
Correction. The line umpire has corrected himself. We will replay the point.
Chrissy thought the ball was out.
The line umpire corrected himself. I saw the ball. Good. We will replay the point.
Here's another look.
Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know how you can tell that way.
Chair umpire asking for quiet. Lions person who changed his call. Sorry, Virginia.
It always is so funny when they tell them to keep quiet and they make twice as much noise. It's all happening here.
Always does.
Fault.
They're getting into it now.
30 love.
There's his mother and John Lloyd, her husband, looking on. 30 love.
Martina's going to get herself in trouble with this crowd if she keeps mimicking him and begging him for applause and stuff.
That's right, and she can blow a fuse too.
Evert Lloyd wins the first game of the final set. Evert Lloyd wins the first game of the final set. Mike Estep on the right and his pupil Martina Navratilova about to serve.
Would you say these folks are getting their money's worth?
Today? It's enough today for the whole 2 weeks.
We've got more to come.
McEnroe and Connors waiting in the wings.
And if Martina needs a challenge and motivation, she sure has it here.
61st meeting between these two. And that series stands at 30 each. That's good. Ace number 4 by Martina, and it's 1-all in the final set. The women's final. Martina trying to settle herself down. Love 30.
The right play. Not good enough, though. She lost her serve at 1-all in the second set.
Just too good.
It's a classic point.
Winners reasonably even, 21-20. Ball just got the top of the net.
3 break points now for Martina. Trying to go up 2-1 in the final set.
There's the break. Martina goes up 2-1. It has been a spectacular day of tennis at the U.S. Open Championship.
15 love.
Navratilova leads 2-1. Final set. 15 love. She has the service break. What great court coverage.
Yep.
30 love.
There's another look. Good deep shot. Chris really stretched out for that one. Recovers, but not sure which way to go. And Martina bunts it in the open court.
30 love. 40 love.
The 2 best players in the world.
And the best serve there is. Ace number 5 for Martina. She leads 3-1 in the final set.
And when you see them having such a great contest out here, it's as if the rest of the tournament was incidental. These 2 are just so far in a class of their own.
Martina's won 12 of the last 13 points.
Yeah, she's calmed down, concentrating.
Closing in on Chris's all-time record of 56 consecutive victories.
So yeah, Martina's serve has improved. In the first set, she got 31%. In the second, 63%. And thus far in the third, 78%. So she has really improved the service tremendously. Yeah, Chris really struggled up there that time, handling the topspin lob, and she just barely got a rack on. Came back as a lob, stayed in the point. Good fighting.
Now trails 2-3. She leads 3-2. Final set.
15 left.
And Martina, a different player from the first set, but maybe that sloppiness was just her telling us that she's human and that she was nervous.
She sure has served a lot better, but you wouldn't know it, would you?
15 all.
Talk about nailing a return to serve.
Hit that so early. And a good agile jump.
Break point.
30-40.
Little underspin forehand going across the back of the ball was really effective because she landed a little short. Didn't really get back to the baseline. Well, here's a golden opportunity for Chris, and I think she should really take a whack at the second serve. It's the best swing she'll get during the point. The reason I say that is once Martina makes a volley or a ground stroke, the ball is usually going away from you and it's lower. Second serve is sitting up higher and you get a better angle down into your opponent's court.
Advantage Navratilova.
Good serve. Martina certainly doesn't take too much time, does she? She's just raring to go.
It's cool out there now. 4-2 final set. Navratilova.
Love 15.
See why Martina does try to come in behind Chris's serve, because Chris gets that ball so deep that she really gets another opportunity to get in.
One of the things Chris is doing more now in the passing shot is trying to roll it and get a better angle instead of driving it, particularly in the cross-court shot. Get it farther out of Martina's reach.
That was a good serve. 40-15.
Fine passing shot by the defending champion. Chris is serving 76%, and that's good. That's one of the things that's keeping her in this match.
It's 40-30 now.
Wow, Martina's fast. She puts on a turbocharger, I think.
Yeah, but also when she gets there, she ends up making good shots the majority of the time. It's one thing to get to it, but then what do you do with it? She put Chris in a very difficult position there with that lob.
Longest match by far either one of them have played in this tournament. Hour and 34 minutes.
I think you'll see Martina coming in. Oops.
Advantage Navratilova.
Great point.
It's the second double by Chris Evert Lloyd. A let cord.
That's twice that it's happened like that to Martina.
Both occasions she was there. Of course, you don't know what she would have done with the volley, but she was there. Rub of the green. You love it when you're the one that's hit it.
One of the few occasions when Martina actually ended up her run on the wrong foot.
Navratilova, final set. 4-3 Navratilova in the final set. Women's final still to come.
Quiet, please,
the other
ladies and
men's
gentlemen.
semifinal between Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe.
I just think, and everybody's be so wrung out when this day is over after that great first men's semi, then this one. Martinez, I finally got a break on the let cord.
Just another reminder that coming next, McEnroe against Connors. And tomorrow, of course, we'll have the men's final. All double fault by Martina. That's just her second. Doesn't happen much. Earlier in the week and earlier today, as a matter of fact, there was some concern as to whether we have enough tennis to fill our obligated time of 7 hours. I think we'll make it.
She missed it. Chris tried to volley it and couldn't reach it.
Right up.
First serve.
Oh.
Good thing they don't have a night schedule tonight.
That's right. Yeah, they have a night schedule after all, don't they?
Do.
Feature match, Connors and McEnroe. Good deep approach shot by Navratilova.
Yeah, just as you think you might detect a little nervousness creeping into Martina, she comes out with some great shots.
And some good serves.
Navratilova.
Game to Martina.
She's saying one more game.
Navratilova leads 5-3.
More accurately, she's saying 4 more points. That's
right.
what you have to do. Think of 1 point at a time.
From Chris's standpoint, you say I got to worry about holding my serve first before I think about a break.
Love 15.
Good approach shot.
15 all.
Not absolutely killed, but hit with good pace, good depth.
Tough shot to try.
I just was thinking that why not try something tough, you know, on the run, trying to make a drop shot. She's tried some sort of flaky shots today, and she beats herself on the head with a racket afterwards, saying, why'd they do that? Great touch there.
Well, after playing each other
40-15.
so many times, I guess they know where the ball's going. Great stuff.
This is only the 61st time.
40-15. Chrissy got a good serve in. And she holds. And it's 5-4 Navratilova. Final set. Couldn't get much more dramatic than this. 5-4 Navratilova. Final set, the women's final.
Please.
Martina has the
Quiet,
serve.
please.
Crowd going nuts.
Still behind the court, please. Thank you. Love 15.
Seemed that the pace on Chris's two-hander really trapped Martina.
15 all.
I don't think Chris was sure of the serve. Some babysitters are going to get overtime tonight. Double match point.
Can't get to it. Martina Navratilova. That, of course, is Martina's coach, Mike Estep. It took 1 hour and 47 minutes.
I don't think those tears will last for long.
Well, those are different kind of tears from ones that we saw a few years ago when she was just so upset she cried. Those are tears of joy. It was one heck of a match. Martina Navratilova successfully defends her championship of the U.S. Open. 4-6, 6-4, 6-4.
I'm back with Billie Jean King, and as expected, Martina Navratilova won it, but Billie Jean tougher than anticipated.
Absolutely, and of course, Chris had her chances. She had a chance in the second set at 5-4 with 2 break points. She had a chance with a break point at 3-2 in the third and couldn't capitalize on it, and I think that was really the difference in the match.
And of course, we're going to have the ceremony down there in the center of the stadium court. I'd like to welcome everybody to the return of prime time tennis. The last time it played prime time, you carved up Bobby Riggs about 11 years ago.
That's been a long time ago, but I think we'll get great ratings.
Oh, I do too, because it's like being in a great restaurant. The appetizer was sensational, the salad better than expected, and here comes the main course. John McEnroe against Jimmy Connors. What could be better than that? Let's go outside now, and here is Tony Traver.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, First of all, how about a big hand for two wonderful champions? To make the first presentation, the first Vice President of the USTA, Mr. Randy Gregson. Randy.
Tony, thank you. Chrissy, on behalf of the USTA, it's my pleasure to award you a gold ball, emblematic of being a finalist in a national championship. Congratulations. Martina. Martina, you get the gold ball. I made a boo-boo. Sorry.
Mr. William G. Lynch, Vice President of Clairol Sales, is here, but he's not going to get to give out the checks. From Dynasty, Linda Evans.
On behalf of Clairol, I'm very pleased to present the runner-up check to you, Chris, and the Clairol winning check to you, Martina. You're both incredible women. Thank you.
$160,000 to the winner, $80,000 to the runner-up. And now to present the trophy to the winner, the President of the USTA, Mr. Hunter Delatour. Hunter.
Tony and Martina, congratulations on winning for the second consecutive year the United States Open Championships. It's a great event. It's a great tribute to you, Martina. It was a great match that both of you ladies played. Here is the trophy for this wonderful victory. Thank you.
I've been instructed to remember Virginia Slims, so here I'm thanking. Hello, hello, does it work? This all wouldn't be possible without a lot of people, but especially all the sponsors, Clairol for this tournament, and of course Virginia Slims. But anyway, I would like to thank you all. I think you witnessed a fantastic match. This was the 61st time Chris and I have played, and I've said this before. I wish we could have stopped at 30-all, but I guess we kept going. It's been incredible being on the other side court with Chris, as well as on the same side of the court with her. She's a great champion, and I'm sorry that one of us had to lose. Anyway, it's kind of hard to sound sane at this moment, so just thanks everybody. Thank you, Mike, and all the people over there in the box. They were cheering, and thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Clairol and Virginia Slims, and I'd just like to say I certainly had my chances, but Martina, being the champion she is, just came up with great shots on big points, so I'd like to congratulate her. And also the USTA, Hunter Delatour, and I think especially all of you, because I felt that you were really on my side, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
To the winner go the spoils. And coming up next here, the main course. The table has been set, and you'll still see Jimmy Connors take on John McEnroe. Neither man has lost a set here at the U.S. Open, and both will try to win a trophy just as Martina Navratilova has captured one. And we're going to be back here at the U.S. Open with more tennis action. It's Connors against McEnroe. Right after these messages, it is John Patrick McEnroe against Jimmy Scott Connors about ready to start. And Billie Jean King, how do you analyze that confrontation?
Well, these two Irishmen, I think that really have to go with John McEnroe. But for some reason, Jimmy, when he plays in New York, gets so pumped and so involved with the crowd. And when the crowd gets behind him, he can do remarkable things. But his style of play is not really great against John McEnroe.
Which man is better suited to the long delay? Jimmy Connors was out here with his family for a long time. We don't know what time John McEnroe finally arrived. His home is not that far from here. Who do you think would be bothered more in this situation?
I don't think either one will be that bothered because we're talking about two great champions. They've been through it so many years. And one thing you do know is there's nothing you can do about it. And if you see the match starting to get longer and longer, sometimes you just relax automatically and start getting pumped as it gets closer and closer to the end of it.
How about the lights, Billie Jean? That, of course, dictates a different style of tennis out here at night. Will that favor McEnroe who hits the ball, especially his serve a little bit harder?
Exactly. It'll favor John because of his serve. And because Jimmy has one of the greatest returns to serve, he's got such great eyes. He picks the ball well, but I think it does favor John with being at night.
All right. Billie Jean, you know, the layout of the National Tennis Center allows tennis fans a lot of close-up views of their heroes in action. Now, for photographers, the setup here is ideal. And as our John Tesh found out, the shutterbugs don't pass up many opportunities.
Spend a little spare time fattening up your photo album. If you can close one eye and move your index finger, you'll come home with a memory. Well, try doing it for a living. Professional photographers watching that little yellow ball swatted back and forth across a net all day.
Has on the court, watching them through the lens and being able to freeze a moment. For me, it's to be able to freeze that moment that really characterizes their whole game.
Well, it's not like the pro shutterbugs don't have a few characters to work with. Finding that special moment can be like shooting fish in a barrel, or it can be an insane, crushing madness that becomes almost dangerous. For every smile, the camera will find a tear. And living your life in someone else's viewfinder can at times leave you at your worst.
It's a good thing that they are a photographer because that's how you get the news, that's how you see yourself in the big, tennis magazines and everything. But, sometimes there are a lot of photographers that they're very pushy, I think.
Photographers very rarely get in the way, but I think they should be allowed to click those cameras anytime they want. I think it's a real privilege for us to have that attention. Although I think there's always an occasional photographer that can make life miserable, if they want. They can follow you around when you ask them, please don't follow me around wherever I go. I mean, some of them want to follow you into the locker room, they want to follow you into the bathroom, those are the ones that, make it miserable for everybody.
Big Al. Perhaps the most well-liked, most embraceable photojournalist on the tour is 44-year-old Mel DiGiacomo. Watching him work the courts is like watching Kris Kringle with a light meter. He spends as much time giving prints away as he does snapping them.
That's not you. You're not Australian. Let's see. Annie White, Leslie Allen. I like people. It's that simple. I don't know. I just like people. They're all superstars.
Mel's great. I always am aware, especially at the U.S. Open, because he's from that area, and I was always aware when he was on the side of the court, and he would sometimes crack jokes at me, actually. And he was great, and he came out with some great pictures.
It's no more than a few pieces of ground glass, some mirrors, and a motor. What's at the other end will surely make the difference.
I think a photographer has to be a psychologist, a psychiatrist at times, an anthropologist, a humanitarian. The purpose of photography is to explain man to himself and each to one another. And for me, yeah, the reason I take photographs is to understand. I feel that the camera is a very powerful instrument to display that, to say something about what the heck is going on.
And what a great array of emotions from Mel and the rest of the still photographers. And how about the men of CBS who have been tucked in behind those lenses here all afternoon? And they get pictures like this as Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe after this long, long wait. They have to be nervous right now, Billie Jean. They've got to be anxious.
Very nervous. And, of course, John's beaten Jimmy 5 times this year, and Jimmy's only won 1 set.
Coming up now, it'll be McEnroe and Connors after these messages from your local station.
I think that the important thing is to go and to try to play the kind of tennis that I've always played and to hit the ball firm and solid and be very alert. And if I can do that, win or lose, there's nothing else I can do.
He's got nothing to lose. I mean, this is the best type of court for him to play on. The balls are fast. The ball stands up pretty high. I mean, if he's going to do, I would think that you know, this is. He better play well on Saturday.
Thank you, Don. He better play well on Saturday. Billie Jean, I think McEnroe is serving notice.
That is true, and I think John really is the player to beat in this tournament. He plays so well, and he looked like a genius all week. Although the last match I thought looked a little shaky.
Let's go upstairs now to Pat Summerall.
All right, thank you, Brent. Thank you, Billie Jean. John Newcomb has moved back into his chair, and it certainly has been, John, a vintage day of tennis, hasn't it?
Oh, it's just been a super day for the fans. You know, I can't believe it's still going on now and only starting the last match.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Analyzing the match between Connors and McEnroe, how do you see it?
I think at night that if it gives an edge to anyone, it's going to give an edge to Jimmy in this particular tournament. John McEnroe lost a doubles match the other night. He can't be that happy about playing at night, and then he played Gene Mayer at night, and it wasn't that you know, that impressive really in winning that match. Although he won in 3 sets, he was a little tentative. He's going to be serving and volleying, and if he has any trouble seeing the returns, picking up the volley, that would be that might cause him some problems.
John McEnroe's parents over on the sideline. Tony, it's not like it's the first match they've played at night. Because they both had to play at night as the tournament has unfolded.
That's true, and the winner of this can be playing it in dusk at night. They can still be playing tomorrow because we start at 4 p.m. Eastern. I really feel that this gives McEnroe a bit of an edge because he serves so much better. Nuke has a good point. Jimmy returns the serve real well, hits it hard, so you've got to pick that up quickly. Let's just say they're both great champions. They've played here before. They played at night, and I think they're both going to figure out how to cope with it.
How do you think the match will unfold?
Well, Jimmy said is accurate. He's going to go full bore, play the way he always plays. He's a defending champion, 2-time champion. I think John's going to serve and volley, and if he does the way he's been doing it, he's going to try to take Connors' second serve and come in behind it. Put a lot of pressure on him.
You really don't look for any surprises then?
Not tactically, no, and I think it depends on who's performing, who's making the shots at the right time.
It's going to be the styles that got him here. And we'll be back with the match. The other men's semifinal between Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe. The winner will play Ivan Lendl in the final tomorrow.
What?
Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe loosening up. You're about to see our third outstanding match of the day, with all due respect to John Newcomb, who played this morning, starting at 11 o'clock. Men's semifinal match for 35 and over. He played Stan Smith. Played a very strong match.
It was very enjoyable, Pat. It was a thrill to be down there on the center court playing, really. Just, I was just thinking, I really like what McEnroe, that last statement he made in that press conference. He started to say that Connors really likes the surface and it should favor him, the bounce, and he was going on, and suddenly he paused, and he stopped and he glared and he said, he better play well on Saturday. I thought that was really good.
There's a little psychological play going on right now, too, because, you know, John McEnroe's played Davis Cup every time. He always comes out with his USA or Davis Cup warm-up on. Jimmy Connors is playing for the U.S. team this year, and he has his Davis Cup warm-up on. That might be a little bit of a needle.
And have you noticed that they're sort of waiting to see who takes theirs off first?
Well, let's check and see how they got here. John McEnroe first.
Straight sets against Dowdeswell. Edberg in straights killed him. Moyer, Green, straight sets. Gene Mayer, straight sets. So he hasn't really been tested. Gene Mayer had a good match with him, 7-5 in one set. He's cruised pretty well. I was surprised how easily he beat Stefan Edberg, although Stefan is still a youngster.
Connors is coming out of the warm-up suit now, and here's how he got to the finals.
Well, pretty easy path also. No sets lost, you know, the same as McEnroe. Quite impressive, but some of his matches he started off nervously, but boy, he's finished them all strong, and that's what counts.
I said final, it should be semifinal, because Ivan Lendl earlier today defeated Pat Cash of Australia in a great match. Went 5 sets, wound up in a tiebreaker in the 5th. Martina Navratilova has just won the women's championship, defeating Chris Evert Lloyd. And Martina, we understand, is down in our CBS studio with Brent Musburger, and we'll be talking with her very shortly.
See, Jimmy's wearing a short sleeve sweater, and if John McEnroe, I haven't gotten a good view of him since he's gotten his warm-up off, but I would guess that he has a t-shirt on underneath his tennis shirt, which is smart because that helps keep you warm. I'll see when he turns around.
I don't believe he has.
McEnroe to serve.
No, he does not.
Ready to play.
The other day he did do that. So McEnroe to serve.
John McEnroe has not played a seeded player in the 1984 U.S. Open as yet.
Please.
Jimmy Connors is seeded number 3. These two have had a long, long wait. I'm sure they expected to be out there by at least 4 o'clock.
Seats quickly, please.
Maybe a little bit
Thank
later
you.
than that, but it's been a long, long time to wait for all the other proceedings to get over. The other matches have been so great and so long.
McEnroe to serve.
McEnroe will serve.
They're going to go through the same things the first couple of games that the women did. You know, the people are milling around, going out to get something to eat, come back in. Here we go.
McEnroe with a great left-handed serve. Not entirely dark yet.
Quiet, please.
They
Thank
hollered
you.
just as he made his toss.
Love 15.
Well, that's Jimmy's strength.
Net.
15 all.
It'll be interesting to see if McEnroe serves the same way he did at Wimbledon, in that he served a lot of balls straight at Connors' body. He didn't go out wide often in the ad court because Connors has that one hander that can slide down the line.
Pretty good volley to pick up this early in the match.
That's what I was thinking. This kind of light.
See what I mean? He's having a lot of trouble, Tony.
Newt, let's face it, we talk about these things. They're just possibilities. If we knew, you know, we'd be betting in Vegas instead of being here.
Okay, McEnroe.
Well, let's go down to Brent Musburger right now.
First game.
All right, Pat, thank you, and congratulations to Martina
Didn't get it.
Navratilova, who's loosening the laces on her sneakers so she can relax a bit. Martina, the first set when Chris beat you and the crowd fell in line behind the underdog, did it rattle you at all at that moment, or did you feel I can get back in control of this?
Oh, they were behind her from the first point. I mean, I knew that. I just didn't realize it was going to be as drastic as it was. But, you know, I knew what I was out there for, and it was still 1 against 1. The crowd wasn't hitting any balls for her. And I had plenty of people out there that were dying for me to win, so I knew where my support was.
Here's match point now, Martina, and you can take a look at it and tell us exactly what was developing out here now.
Well, now I was just trying to get the first serve in, which I did. And here I sort of missed it a volley. And Chris, I didn't think she got it, but I was okay. You know, she wasn't even trying to run for that one. But then I felt I was in control when I was serving for the match because I had been serving volleying well, serving better by then, and was able to hold my serve pretty comfortably most of the time.
Martina, which one gives you better satisfaction, the first one a year ago or repeating now?
Well, last year it was because it was the first time, so it was very special, and you know, not having to answer those questions anymore. But this year was, I think, more satisfying because it was such a close match, because I really had to fight so many things. I just didn't feel things were going my way, but I was able to reach deep down and pull it out, so I was very happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
McEnroe and Connors continue, and let's go upstairs to Pat Summerall.
All right, and we certainly add our congratulations to Martina as well.
I agree. Excuse me, Pat. Martina didn't play as well as she can play, but she still figured a way to win. That's what true champions do. And Chris certainly also deserves a great deal of credit.
Love 15.
That tactic right there is something that McEnroe has started doing against Connors and seems to have been working pretty well because he's been winning all the matches that they've played. That's the one that surprised me. I saw them play in Canada and I couldn't believe he was taking Connors' first serve and hitting it and running to the net. It was almost like, I don't think your serve's anything. Even if he doesn't win the point, you know, it's still sort of a bit of an insult. Here it is again.
He gets in so quickly.
He's
15, 30.
I don't know whether it's the racket that he's playing with, the mid-size racket that McEnroe has. It's strung around something 45, 50 pounds, incredibly loose. Normally, you'd have that about 70 pounds.
McEnroe's?
Yeah.
He's in the 40s. He's in the low 40s.
Jimmy's low, too.
He's in the 50s.
But it seems that McEnroe can just run at the ball, take very little backswing, and still generate power.
Sort of catapults it off of there.
It's interesting. I'll give you a stat in a moment about Connors serving. The points he wins on his first serve against the second serve. Now you expect McEnroe to come in.
He'll be trying to. Unless it's a good deep. This is pressure on Connors. Constant. Look at that.
Great point. When Jimmy Connors
30,
gets his first serves in, he wins 65.6%. When it's his second serve, it's 64.6%. So it's like the same thing. And I think that's one of the things that McEnroe recognizes.
McEnroe gets his break. He leads 2 games to love.
McEnroe leads 2-love.
When McEnroe gets his first serve in, he wins 77%, and his second serve, he wins 70.6%.
Good gosh.
Is that during this tournament?
This is during this tournament, yep.
Because a lot of that was first round and second round matches where he's going to dominate the other player.
Sure. But I got the same stats for...
Normally you'd be about, what, against an even match, 70% winning on your first serve and around about 55, McEnroe on his second?
I don't know.
That's in the matches I can remember playing him where he's playing against Connors or someone like that.
Love.
I think McEnroe's been to the net 48% of his opportunities, and he's won 72.5% of that time. Jimmy's been in 20%, and he's won about 67% when he gets in there.
He is starting off so sharp for having sat around all day.
30 love. It does look good. The points don't take long, do they?
No, you're not going to have a lot of rallies here. First place McEnroe's not going to stay back and rally with Jimmy. He's going to try to end it quickly, and as hard as Jimmy hits it, he's going to try to knock it right by you.
Net.
Game McEnroe. Quickly a game to McEnroe. Back at the National Tennis Center. Connors serving to McEnroe. Love 3.
15 love.
David Keith and Jack Nicholson looking on.
Is he trying to hide or just keep warm?
What would you do, Tony? What advice would you give Connors against that tactic of McEnroe's?
One, he could serve and come in himself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
What he just did wasn't bad.
Yeah, that's hard to keep doing, though. I would think the best thing he could do is keep the serves going as wide as possible. Kick it out to the forehand court, out to McEnroe's backhand, and on this side where he's serving, slice it out wide. Then,
but he can't do that real well, particularly in the card. With his toss coming to the opposite side of his body, he can't really break it out real wide. There's about as wide as he can get you.
Game Connors.
Love game to Connors. Got to regroup.
McEnroe leads 3-1.
that was a much more positive game from Connors. It must take him by surprise a little bit. You know, for his first service game of the match, he serves the first ball, and the other guy just hits it and runs to the net.
Off your first serve.
Yeah, you got to shake you up just a little.
They're using the machine, Cyclops, to call the service line, but they've also got a linesman over there.
So I think it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I do, too.
Love 15.
Connor's shot ticked the top of the net. We don't expect to see much misbehavior from John McEnroe today because he's apparently near the $7,500 fine quota. And we're not sure exactly, we couldn't find out exactly how much he's been fined to date, but he's close enough to that he could be suspended for 21 days with no play of any kind.
I seem to remember he's in the same position at this time last year.
He was.
That's right. In fact, he played in the Sydney tournament, the Australian indoors. Picked up another one there, and that put him over the limit.
15 off.
Another fine, that is. That's not a bad second serve. Do you think he forgot that he'd missed his first?
30.
No. That's his first ace.
Really tagged that one. And off a second serve.
30-15. Prime time tennis.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to stay with this until it's over. Those of you who are expecting to see something else this evening, it's McEnroe and Connors, and this is our third match of the day.
30 all.
First double fault, McEnroe taking a long look.
I'm just thinking it's 9:45 in the morning, Sunday morning in Australia.
He Can they open the taverns yet?
No, they got to wait till the end of this match. But Cash didn't win. Lost 7-6 in the 5th.
I think they've got some of the tavern at home, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. Mark Kratzmann, the young Australian, won the United States Junior Championship this afternoon. 6-3, 7-6 over Becker, German boy.
Good young player. Huh?
That gives Mark their Wimbledon and United States titles.
Oh.
Ace number 2. Boy, he just burned that line.
40-30.
40-30.
I got a feeling we're going to be calling a semi-final for Mark Kratzmann one day out here too, in the Open. Now that was one. Did he pick that up late, do you think?
I think he did, and I was just thinking that maybe you go straight at him on the return in this kind of lighting and everything else. So if he does have a little problem picking it up, you know it's going to trap him.
Coming out of the scoreboard too, and from this shot we can see the lights on the scoreboard. That can be tough sometimes.
That's 3 aces in a row in that deuce court.
That one he went down the middle with.
Yep.
The other 2 were
3 aces. He's only at ad.
Did throw 1 double fault in there as well.
Game McEnroe.
game to McEnroe.
Men's semifinal action, set 1. McEnroe with a break. Connors serving at 1-4.
Love.
I think, Tony, the one thing that McEnroe does have, Connors does have to do is to go for his second serves.
Yeah, and that's going to create some double faults, and just for him, you got to hope it's not at a crucial time.
Net. 30 love.
So those 2 second serves, 2 points there. He went for the one down the middle on the first, and that time he went straight at the body, mixing it up well now.
Wide, please. Thank you.
He obviously realizes he's got a problem with McEnroe chipping and charging the net.
Good lob.
40 love.
First serve percentages, 54 for Connors, 47 for McEnroe. Connors in the middle,
McEnroe
looking fairly calm right now. You just never know what's going on in the tummy, though, do you?
That's a low first serve percentage for Connors. He's usually around 70.
Yeah, because
70s.
he doesn't go after it quite as much.
That's right.
Yeah, which is smart. You know, it's if he's not really going to knock you down with a serve, he might as well get a higher percentage in.
So he's 54, 55%.
McEnroe is going to have to serve better than at 48.
Love 15.
It seems to me that McEnroe is standing closer to the center stripe in the ad court than he normally does. I think it's because he's not going to go as wide, and Jimmy has a good forehand down the line.
Love 30.
So Connors has McEnroe a bit of trouble here at love 30.
Three good returns from Connors there, setting up the volley a little short.
And it's 3 break points for that man, defending champion Jimmy Connors.
$15.40.
Boy, Connors really nailed that one-hander, just caught the tape.
He doesn't choke, does he, when he's got a break point?
And he's not going to play it carefully, that you know. That's not in his blood.
Bang.
Now here's a good chance for Connors.
Where do you think McEnroe will serve?
I think he'll serve it straight into the body if he can.
On the backhand side.
He's got him. Connors breaks back.
Pat Summerall with Tony Trabert and John Newcomb. McEnroe leading 4-3 over Connors in the first set.
Back on serve, and McEnroe serving with Connors serving new balls.
Jimmy told you the other day when we were talking to him, he likes that new racket, so he's getting used to it.
Yep, he thinks he volleys better with it, serves a little better. He has it leaded up on one side, and he says that keeps the racket head. He wants that side up.
Love 15.
We don't know how well he's volleying in this match, though.
No,
I don't think he's come to the net yet, has he?
He also says that lead tape that he has helps him roll over the top of it a little bit.
He's been there twice, apparently. That's why there it is up on the top there. You just barely see it. Oh.
Two great matches already today. Now they've had their break and they're starting to get back in this one.
Great stretch and shot by Connors. McEnroe's shot hits the top of the net, so that took all the stuff off of that one. Good racket preparation. Oh yeah, that's right in the power alley there. Then he started working the crowd, give him the fist clenching already.
Lendl did some of that earlier today.
Yeah, 15-0.
Unusual for him. 30-15, McEnroe didn't like the call, but as Tony was pointing out before, he's got to be a little bit careful.
I think he realizes now that it was good. He asked someone on the side there. They said it was good, so.
Jimmy's wife.
Yeah.
He missed it wide.
30 off.
In the interview, Connor said, I got to be firm, solid, and alert. Not bad advice for anyone.
No. I got to try that.
Alert's going to be out of your scope, I think. That's out. gamesmanship going on when Connors was about ready to serve. McEnroe wasn't ready.
Connors pulls even at 4.
Trying to give him a big lift. After starting off, McEnroe blew him off the first 3 games.
4-all.
McEnroe looked so sharp in the beginning.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
McEnroe, the last game and this one, he's just, it looks like he's a little unsure out.
Just going to say the same thing. He's not putting anything on the first volley. He's going into the two-handed side most of the time with the first volley, even when he has a choice, so he must feel that's the spot he wants to be. But you got to put a little more on it than that. Another look. Good return.
Love 30.
Set it up, get the racket ready, and just rip it. I think he liked it.
I can't believe he got that serve back.
Please. Thank you.
If he doesn't get the serves back, he's going to be in big trouble. That's his real strength.
That was a great passing shot because he was forced onto the back foot.
Five aces McEnroe has served now.
That's not a bad time to serve 30. One either. Love 30 down.
Good passing shot.
Whoops.
I thought he got away with it for a minute.
There's one right tight in the body.
Game McEnroe.
5-4 in the first set, but Connors about to serve. The winner to play Ivan Lendl in the finals tomorrow, beginning at 4 here on CBS, right after football.
That's a terrific shot.
15 love.
I thought McEnroe was in the driver's seat there. He hit the ball pretty deep and had it straight up the middle. Times at the net, 27 for McEnroe, just 2 for Connors. May have just been that point, but it seemed to me that McEnroe was trying to put a little extra backspin on some of the backhands, trying to give a little more junk. Unforced errors.
6 by McEnroe, 1 by Connors. 15 all. Connors serving 4-5 first set.
I saw that ball good.
I like this guy off of here, though. I just want him off.
You're not comfortable with him?
No.
Or a call?
I'm not comfortable with him. With him. Off.
With him? Swing to the change.
Connors wants a change in linesman. Richard Kaufman is the chair umpire from Seattle, Washington.
He said, I just want him off, and I don't know how you can do that. They normally won't move somebody unless they all agree that there's some justification for it.
Happens in baseball, doesn't it?
No.
Kidding. That's a super shot because he completely mistimed this first one. You see him going across here. Just a miss hit. Didn't see the ball properly. Connors went right at the body on the forehand side, right at the hip. Harder shot to hit. You talked about his hands a while ago, Pat.
Double set point.
Game, first set. McEnroe, 6-4.
McEnroe wins the first set. 6-4. Now Connors still saying, I want that guy off.
They're moving him right now, I think. Or
the chair umpire said no. Wait till the change. And there's not supposed to be a change now.
I'm telling you, I don't care about that. I'm talking about another time, other place, another place. I want him off.
Okay, we have to wait changeover. I got to continue.
Okay, that's a different story. So apparently he's had a run-in with this gentleman in the past, and he doesn't feel comfortable with him there.
McEnroe to serve.
Sort of what McEnroe went through with an umpire in one of the previous matches, and they've had run-ins before.
Another time, another place, he said.
Love. Love. Love.
Quite a strange first set, actually. McEnroe going away to 3-love and looking great. Connors coming back, getting all pumped up. Looked like he was going to be a strong possibility to take the set. All of a sudden, that lightning that Tony talks about struck.
Game, McEnroe.
Quick game to McEnroe. Let's see if they do change.
McEnroe wins first game.
Well, they're not just changing one, they're changing a bunch. Well, let's see if he stays now. That particular linesperson has not moved. Another time, another place, Jimmy said. There's the replacement.
Dinner time.
When I went up the dressing room while the ladies were on, he said, "This is all your fault, we're late."
That's right.
I said, "Hey, I didn't want to stay out there that long."
Incidentally, Ivan Lendl is in the finals for the 3rd year in a row. If Connors wins, it'll be the same Open final for the 3rd year in a row.
Love 15.
Ivan said he didn't care whether he played Connors or McEnroe as long as they went 5 sets and win the tiebreaker like he did.
Of course, he's probably home with his feet up right now, and these guys are still going at it. Fortunately, they do have a late start tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, so they will have time to sleep in a little bit.
I remember that one match about 9 years ago, was it, with Orantes?
Oh yeah,
He
and
played
Vilas.
He beat Vilas. They finished at 1 in the morning or something, and everybody thought they would work against Orantes, and he came out the next day, played unbelievable against Jimmy.
Right.
He went home to the hotel where he was staying, and the plumbing didn't work.
Yeah, didn't get sleep till 4.
The only person that thought he had a chance. I remember talking to Jimmy Connors before that match. Jimmy said, "Hey, he's still going to be pumped up from last night. It's going to be tough." And he won.
40-15.
The old 1-2. Except the serve is supposed to do that.
Makes it look easy, doesn't it? You know, when it works like at the set point, he just cracked one off. Just sort of glides in.
Connors gets even at 1 in the second set. McEnroe won the first 6-4.
Connors has to do a little more of that, I feel. He's got to start coming in on first possible opportunity.
It's just not his game, though. You know, I think he feels that if he gets control of the point, he can hit it deep enough and move John around enough that he can't get in.
Love.
Question of if he starts coming in more, Connors, then here's the first serve percentage. Connors back where he usually is, 74.
McEnroe now in the high 50s from the high 40s.
He goes for a lot more in his first serve, doesn't he? But if Connors starts coming in a little bit more, at least it'll break up the pattern.
Sure.
Give McEnroe something more to think about.
15 all.
Double fault for McEnroe. That's just only a second. The lights high up top. We have a very courageous cameraman.
I was just thinking about that.
Good.
15-30.
John's serve doesn't kick out that much on this kind of a surface. It did at Wimbledon and gave Jimmy trouble. The second one, I think he's going to have to serve him tighter into the body.
Connors.
Patty.
15-40.
Oh, did he nail that one?
Double break point.
Wonder if McEnroe will come in behind this second serve.
It's the second time he's been down a break point, had a second serve, and elected to stay back. Got caught the first time in the first set. Tells me something that he's not that confident serving on his second serve and coming in.
Not against this guy.
That's right.
I can mix it up some. I don't think he'll do it some of the time. That's smart.
See if he comes in behind this one.
Took some time, but Connors gets his break. McEnroe won the first set 6-4. Connors is up 2-1 in the second.
Love.
After football tomorrow, the winner of this will play Ivan Lendl.
There's a surprise move, and that's the kind of thing I think
30
would
love.
be wise for Connors to do from time to time.
That's what we talked about a while ago. One of the tactics he could do against McEnroe, chipping and charging.
And you don't have to do it a lot, but do it just enough so they're never sure exactly what you're going to do.
Well played.
That was a pretty good rally from McEnroe because
30-15.
he was going at Connors' strength, which is the rallies from the baseline.
That's not going to win for McEnroe, I don't think.
No, he won that point, but that was only the battle. I don't think he'd win the war.
And Connors likes that kind of pace. He doesn't like some of the softballs and the spins and so forth as much. He loves to jump on the speed. Here's another look. This volley is deep. McEnroe makes a great cross-court shot on the dead run.
Hardly any backswing either.
I think that's, again, where that loose strings help you get some pace on it. I just don't know how you can control it that well when it's strung that loosely.
Yes. 40-30.
That's the kind of thing I think would happen more frequently. The ball just flies on you.
Like a trampoline effect.
Yeah,
almost.
Exactly.
Hasn't flown too much all year. He lost 2 matches and 160 or something?
Mm-hmm. Right. He lost to Ivan Lendl in 5 sets in the French final and lost to Vijay Amritraj in Cincinnati at the ATP Championships.
And that's it. Connor.
McEnroe could have gone across court on this, but
Connors leads 3-1.
You can't criticize his volley.
No, I think he thought he could go any place where it was going to work. Let's listen
Quiet,
now.
Please.
change
going
rackets.
for, yeah. I would guess he's going to go for something a little tighter because the balls are fast. What do you say, 30 seconds?
No, he said 10 seconds.
Oh.
10 seconds left.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Didn't go over very big anyway.
No, that's I think unnecessary. Guy's going to go make an equipment change. They don't say that when you got a broken string and you go over to change your rackets.
I think it was like waving a red flag.
Yeah. Of course, you got to remember it is McEnroe. Not like he's never paid a visit over there before.
Oh, he's got it. He's returning that one off the second serve so well, the backhand down the line, that McEnroe's going to have to figure out some other way to serve the second ball or get more first ones in.
I'm surprised he's serving and playing so much to Connor's two-hander, which I think most people feel is stronger than the one-handed side.
$15 all.
Volley.
30-15.
Six aces.
15.
Eating it up.
Shot out of a cannon.
40-30. Quiet, please. Thank you. Game, McEnroe.
Game. Live tennis, the Stadium Court, the National Tennis Center, the men's semifinal between John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors. Connors to serve, leading 3-2 in the second set. McEnroe won the first set 6-4. And this is all live. Live tennis, live announcers.
Sort of.
Love 15.
It wouldn't be right if this didn't go 5 sets, would it?
Not after the way things have gone on one of the great days in tennis today. Lendl will be cash in 5 sets. Navratilova and Chris Evert Lloyd. Well, you know, Navratilova defended her championship.
Love 30.
There is Brett Connors, Jimmy's 5-year-old son.
He's going to shoot down the enemy, I think.
Looks just like Jimmy.
You know, when you watch Connors play, in the rallies, most of the time he doesn't have his feet on the ground. You know,
No.
he hits it, both feet are off the ground.
He's always been like that.
I know it.
15-30.
Missed it.
15-40.
2 break points for McEnroe. Out there just over an hour now.
That's the pressure there on that one, isn't it? That's his bread and butter, the cross-court backhand.
But that McEnroe sort of hit almost a topspin driving kind of a volley. And I think it sort of handcuffed him, but it didn't give much time.
Had a vice on him too. Here he comes again.
30-40.
Still a break point. Staying a little shaky on the volley.
I just haven't seen anybody in this class of tennis take someone's first serve and, you know, hit it and run to the net.
The thing is, he doesn't hit it and then run to the net. He's on the way in as he hits it. He's flat on the move.
Coming in.
Yeah.
See if he tries it again.
It's out.
Deuce.
Connors fights back to deuce. McEnroe a little discouraged and disgusted with himself. Had an incident at the end of the Lendl Cash match today, where Cash was so upset with himself and by losing or for losing, fired his racket into the stands. He's been fined, we understand, $2,000 for that.
He sort of flipped it up there. He didn't, you know, throw it up there like a boomerang, but.
Connors, ball change.
Men's semifinal, and Connors leads 4-2 in the second.
Connors leads 4-2.
Down 2 break points there and got some errors out of McEnroe and then finished it off with a good volley.
McEnroe's made 12 unforced errors. Connors just 3.
Quiet, please.
McEnroe asking for quiet. Connors has gotten 72% of his first serves in, or did in the first set. McEnroe is 50.
Love 15.
Second set, Connors 80% of his first serves, and McEnroe 63. Love 15. The times at net, McEnroe has been 42 times, won 23 points. Connors 4 for 8.
All.
Once you get it through a little low, I found playing out there this morning that if you get the ball landing near the service line, a good serve, it seems to come through lower than normal.
I wonder if it slopes a little bit.
That's why I was looking at it, trying to figure out if it did around just around each service line, the cross line.
30 all.
30 all, third double fault by John McEnroe.
They had their choice on these courts, Tony, whether to, when they relayed the surface, to either make it a medium pace, a little slower than this, or I call this medium fast. I think they should have gone with the one just a little slower.
Well, they have to do some resurfacing on them almost every year. I understand that they're sinking a little bit, and so maybe next year they will.
That's a public facility, and of course it gets a lot of work, a lot of play. The tournament's not going on. sir.
He just can't miss that shot, can he? He must have hit 8 or 10 winners straight down the line off the second serve.
I wonder when John's going to catch on to that. Start serving a second serve somewhere else.
Maybe when he's lost the second set.
Well, he's down at break point right now, and this would give Jimmy Connors 2 breaks in the second set, put him up 5-2. Going out, great lob by Connors, and he gets another break.
What a great day it's been. I can't remember a much better succession of matches. Can you, Tony?
I really can't, and you know, it's not over yet. Looks as though this is going to be a set apiece. There's Peter Fleming, John McEnroe's partner.
Seats, please. Thank you.
And you know, the quality of the tennis all day long has been terrific. That's the best part. It hadn't been real sloppy stuff and somebody just playing worse than the other. That's who's played a little better. Connors a serve.
Love 15.
In 3 of the 4 Connors service games this set, he's lost the first point on his serve. Missed
Love
it.
30.
But Jimmy took his time on that one too. Got down nicely. Didn't try to overplay it. Just barely pulled it wide. Oh, that's a big miss
15,
by
30.
McEnroe. Would have had Connors down triple break point. Jimmy guessed right on the smash.
He's let a few forehands have come off his racket and gone surprisingly long.
Again, maybe that has something to do with that loose stringing.
When you're that loose with your racket, you've got to be very confident in hitting the ball.
From Love 30 to 30 all.
30 all.
There's Jimmy's brother, John Connors, wearing a CBS Sports jacket.
Looked like you're a little tough to swallow there, didn't it?
Looked like he'd like to have another jacket.
It's another one of those.
30, 40.
Break point for McEnroe. You can't call that chip in charge because he guns it.
That's run, hit,
at the
and
same
charge.
time.
At the same time, right.
Too good.
Deuce.
McEnroe was feeling his foot getting down the other end. He's just feeling his calf muscle, I think it is.
Or just bone or some just below the knee. He had a chance on a short ball to get into the net, and he chose to stay back and rally.
He was wrong-footed a couple of times there. He may have just jarred the muscle. What I can't understand is why Jimmy keeps serving down the middle to the forehand, because every time he does, McEnroe is eating it up. It looks like he can pick the serve coming down there.
Now you would expect to see McEnroe on the attack off the second serve.
There is the Mac attack.
McEnroe.
He gets a break back. Connors bounces his racket off the
Connors
court.
leads 5-3.
That's the first time McEnroe has been able to break Jimmy's serve. Yeah, you see him, he hurt. Ooh.
That was during the rally. And
yeah, it was during the rally.
He did quite a bit of movement after that.
So we're back live at 3-5.
Didn't look like he twisted it in any way.
I think you're right. He might just jarred it when he, put his foot down to stop.
You don't slide much on the surface.
No, you sure don't. You jar a lot, though.
Love 15.
Like it might have been bothering him a bit then.
Yeah, he's favoring a little bit.
I think he just didn't want to come down on it and have to stop off that leg.
Love 30.
Love 30.
That serve was very effective against Jimmy Connors at Wimbledon on grass. Served it right into his body and sort of handcuffed him, but Jimmy got around that one nicely.
Ball sits up a little bit better here.
Yep, and it's a truer bounce all the time.
We'll see what McEnroe's first serving percentage is after
15,
this set.
30.
I bet it's, I'm guessing it's real low because he's in trouble all the time, every service game now. Good serve.
7 aces for McEnroe. 30 all.
At set point for Connors. Very careless sort of volley there, loose. One thing about Connors, he keeps pounding that ball at you. You don't get many cheapies.
Read that one.
Well, Jimmy'd like to have that one back, I think. He has a lot of options, and he chose one of the soft little roll shots, and McEnroe's quick enough.
That's interesting.
He was a bit lucky to get away with that volley. It was a great pickup that he made, but he was in all sorts of trouble. Right off his knees.
Deuce.
McEnroe's won their last 6 or 7 matches, but if Connors keeps returning like this, unless McEnroe can start serving a little better, Connors has got to be in there with a real shot tonight.
That one we've seen replayed 5 or 6 times.
Advantage Connors.
Another set point. I wouldn't give Jimmy Connors too many set points. Swings at me. It's a good lob.
Gee, what a pity, eh? What a great defensive lob on a big point.
Whatever's wrong with his foot, he seems to have worked it out now.
That was a good shot by McEnroe.
Advantage McEnroe.
If he drove that ball, it would have been up and a high volley for Jimmy Connors. They just rolled it and got it back below the top of the net.
Game McEnroe.
Well into our 9th hour of U.S. Open tennis, 1984.
15-love.
I was saying this is a kind of a game where a break can occur only because Connors had a couple of set points and a fight on McEnroe's serve, and sometimes you have a little bit of letdown after a thing like that. We'll see if Jimmy can keep it together and win the second set.
Super shot. The approach shot was a little short. Connors also served for the set at 5-2. So 5-3. He had 5-2 breaks. So he's had set points on McEnroe's serve, and this is the second time that he's served for the set. If he loses this game, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I would expect to see McEnroe on the charge here. Oh, it's good serve.
Serve jammed him so he couldn't get in.
Yep.
In fact, he finished up hitting a backhand in the alley.
30 all.
Now a set point for Connors on his serve. That's the hardest one he's hit today. Trying to close out the set.
Second set, Connors.
Connors gets even at 1.
1 set all. Remain seated,
Little
please.
split
Play is
screen here to show what both men were doing. McEnroe tried to pull that forehand cross court off. Look out.
Quiet, please.
So we're to set a piece. Hour and 24 minutes into this match.
Ready to play, ladies and gentlemen.
They had
Thank
a
you.
great 5-setter earlier. Lendl beat Pat Cash. Evert, Lloyd, and Martina went
Quiet, please.
as far as they could go, just about.
6-4 in the third.
Right. Martina prevailed. McEnroe will serve.
Here's another look.
Love 15.
Good stab volley here. Didn't think Jimmy was even going to get to it. And he did that one-handed on a normally the two-handed side, and well, they carried it. There's. I think he's getting excited.
All.
Jimmy didn't think the serve was good.
30-15.
Thought it was wide.
See that one. You don't see anything else, right?
I saw it.
You saw it.
All.
4 double faults now by McEnroe. It's 30 all.
I was surprised at McEnroe kidding around like that on his second serve. The ball he threw up in the air, he was saying, "Oh, that's how bad I'm tossing it." Point like that said all. Start of the third set.
Connors gets a break. The serving comparison between McEnroe and Connors. McEnroe has 5 double faults, 7 aces, 4 service winners. Connors has no double faults, no aces, and 1 service winner.
The one's a little bit more of a weapon than the other.
Love 15.
Sets are 1 apiece.
Connors has that crucial early service break that puts your opponent under immediate pressure.
Love 30.
Well, as soon as I said it,
don't think so.
There's his first. Love 30.
I wonder if that'd work if you were playing a guy, you know, and just say to yourself, look, you haven't served a double yet.
You've never said that to an opponent when you're kidding around? Gee, you're serving well?
Oh, yeah, horsing around, but not in the semis of the U.S. Open.
Are you sure?
All.
Good serve, that one, nice and deep, right off the line. That's one of the ones I was talking about before that seemed to skid through low, and you could see McEnroe hit it on the bottom of his strings.
McEnroe walked away when Connors was ready, and now Jimmy does a little walking around. Times at the net.
About 50% in both cases.
But a lot more times for McEnroe.
Yes, indeed.
Game, Connors. Connors leads 2-love.
Connors now up 2-love
Ladies
in
and
the
gentlemen, no
third
flash
set.
photography, please. Thank you.
John McEnroe will serve. He won the first set 6-4. Connors came back 6-4 in the second and is up 2-love in the third.
Three breaks in each of the first two sets.
Oh, both feet off the ground, miss hit. Teach that one.
He guns for it all the time, doesn't he? People love to watch him play because you talk to people at the hotel, you know, walking down the street, they stop and say, Connors is something. He goes after it all the time. You know you're going to get your money's worth.
30-love.
30-love, that's 8 aces by McEnroe. You should get your money's worth.
You should, absolutely. And if anyone wants a refund today, there's something wrong with him.
First serve. Love.
Net.
First serve. Game, McEnroe.
Connors now leads 2-1, third set.
And we'll be back with more tennis action. We're still live at the National Tennis Center. Connors and McEnroe. It's been a spectacular day.
Love 15.
McEnroe won the first set 6-4. Connors came back 6-4 in the second. And Jimmy leads 2-1. Third set.
That's that crucial break. That was an attempt by McEnroe, offensive lob, the topspin lob that had a lot of spin and not much else.
Tomorrow, also live at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, either McEnroe or Connors against the number 2 seed, Ivan Lendl. McEnroe was seeded number 1, Connors was number 3. It's 15-all.
Lendl deserves a lot of credit for fighting his way out of that match. He was in some trouble from time to time and gotten into finals for the third year in a row.
If you call Cash serving for the match, it's 6-5 in the fifth and 30-love. That's trouble. And a match point.
Well, Pat Cash had a great statement about it, saying that Lendl is a champion and champions get out of those fixes.
Yeah. Connor's taking the ball real early. Watch him start forward. See, he knows he's hurt McEnroe before John can recover. Jimmy's rolled it into the open court. Come back live at 40-15.
40-30.
He doesn't leave many clubs in the bag, does he?
No, if he's got a tool, he's going to use it. He's not going to lay up either.
They've been playing some great points, defensive and offensive play, rallies moving around. One on the attack and the other on the attack. We talked after the first set about Connors should come to the net more, and you notice, Tony, he's been coming to the net more since the first set, and it's been paying off for him too. It's keeping McEnroe back a little bit.
McEnroe thought he could sort of sneak in that time and get a higher drive from Connors, but he nailed that thing cross court, kept it down low.
It's his bread and butter, isn't it? The cross court backhand. Loves it.
For you end up keeping your opponent from closing in so much, and then your cross-court shots, your passing shots start to work better.
He's put up some good lobs today.
Tonight,
sorry.
First serve percentage, you'd figure that McEnroe should be lower because he hits it so much harder.
That has to be at least 12 of those now. He keeps saying it every time he does it, but I haven't seen him miss one.
McEnroe just laughing at things now. How can I be so stupid?
Yeah, he said, how about the cross court? How about hitting one cross court?
Hey, McEnroe missed it.
Was it out?
I think it was.
It was out.
Love 30.
Again, McEnroe in trouble.
What was he doing there with his arms?
Like a third base coach. Signals.
15-30.
How quickly he gets back.
Sure helps when you got a big serve.
30.
Missed it wide.
Another good log from Connors, and wondering if they're a little bit more effective in the night time, those high lobs, than they would be in the daytime.
This is McEnroe trying to keep warm and trying to pull her son into the finals.
Deuce.
Sure, Kay, his mother, saying, heck, I could have made that one.
Advantage McEnroe. First serve.
Patty Connors.
And McEnroe, ball change.
Strong serving game by McEnroe. He's down left 30. It's 3-2 third set.
Connors leads 3-2.
Now in our 10th hour of coverage. Connors serving McEnroe. Rushing the net as usual and putting that one away.
Love 15.
Spectacular day of tennis. Earlier, that's what happened. Tiebreaker in the 5th set. Ivan Lendl beat Pat Cash and advances to the final. Martina Navratilova beat Chris Evert Lloyd in a tough match. 6-4 in the 3rd. So she defends her title successfully. And now it's Connors and McEnroe in one of their epics.
15 all.
Match an hour and 48 minutes old. Almost made it.
It's one of those deals when you're on the run, you're going out of position. You either make the shot or you're going to be out of the point anyway.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
This is the right point. Yeah, this is a real key time in the match right now. There, McEnroe's been trying to get that break back. Forehands let him down a few times on big points. That was a super backhand drive. Copybook stuff.
3-all. He really stepped right into it and nailed it.
Good rhythm. Nothing wrong with Connor's tactics. Approach shot was reasonably deep.
Yep.
What? Oh, wow.
Key game right here. McEnroe just gotten even. 3-all.
Love 15. All.
10th ace for McEnroe.
Serving percentage of first serves just moved up slightly. McEnroe's up from 57 to 59.
Those are the kind of serves that McEnroe did so much at Wimbledon, straight at the body. He has not done it as much here.
I think he might have just in the last 20 minutes, 15 minutes, taken off a little bit of pace off the serve, trying to get it more in.
40, 15.
Number 11.
You don't belong in.
McEnroe now leads 4-3, third set.
Men's semifinal match between John McEnroe and Jimmy Connors. Connors serving at 3-4 in the third. Sets are 1-all. This is live coverage.
Move him over.
The winner to play Ivan Lendl.
Get him off to the back. That's all. Put him on the side where he
McEnroe wants somebody moved. I'm not sure who.
Permitted to be there?
Down and walking off in the suit, had some discussion with the fellow running the scoreboard behind Jimmy Connors.
They're asking for a supervisor to come out and see what's going on. McEnroe had a little discussion with somebody back in that area before.
Okay. He wants to two of these off and go over to the side.
Hi, Ma. Hello, Ma. It's a tennis marathon.
Wants you off.
You know, I know.
It's their cameraman, I believe.
Not our cameraman.
You want your eggs scrambled or
Still photographers.
You can't do this. It's an official photographic position.
Let's move, please. Thank you.
Let's go. What the hell are we doing out here? You want to try and move a ton of equipment? You want to try and move a ton of equipment? You want to try and move a ton of equipment?
Look, I don't care what you're doing back here. Just let's get going.
We're doing nothing. We're doing nothing.
Look, don't get smart with me, punch breath.
Fran.
Connors, McEnroe began this whole thing, and now Connors getting into it.
Just to clarify a little bit, there are official areas for the still photographers. And behind the scoreboards is not one of them.
That's no longer an official area.
3-4, third set. Sets are 1-all.
I was watching the crowd back here. They were all standing up, yelling out. They wanted to get into the action.
Or they want to see some anyway.
They've had plenty today. If we did hear something that offended any in our audience, we apologize.
Talk about threading the needle.
15 off.
Here's another look.
He didn't have much room to make it here, did he?
No.
McEnroe looking for the down the line. He was hugging that side a bit.
Connor serving, trying to get even at 4. Third set. Sets are 1-all. Didn't climb, or did it?
Out.
It fell out
15, 30.
wide.
Jack Nicholson again looking on.
Can he see through that?
He goes to a few Laker games too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Like all of them.
Yep.
Kay and John McEnroe Sr. Getting very cool.
Jimmy's made a few two-handers cross court, but the majority of the winners went right down the line, and he's done a bunch of them. Off the return of serve and in the end of rallies.
Oh, that's a good shot. It's a way to go after a half volley.
Deuce.
Hardly any backswing at all then, was there?
You don't want a big backswing on a half volley, that's for sure. Should be a very short controlled stroke.
You could teach a whole tennis lesson out of that rally, couldn't you?
Doesn't get much better than that.
Advantage, McEnroe.
Anything you wanted to see in the game of tennis was there. The defensive lobs, the aggressive shots, the approach shots.
They weren't exactly caressing that thing either.
No.
They were tattooing it. It's break point. Match is now 2 hours old.
McEnroe did a lot of running and he's breathing deep at the moment.
Leads 5-3.
What is that, 4 games in a row for McEnroe? 3-1 down.
McEnroe now serving for the set to go up 2-1. Some shot.
But all starts with a great return.
Yeah.
Off at first serve.
Yeah, when you get your first serve in and serve as well as McEnroe, you're supposed to get somewhat of a cripple back. You're not supposed to have some cannon shot coming back at you.
Not very polite, really, to attack your first serve like that.
Didn't read that book.
No.
Above 30 very quickly, and 6 double faults by John McEnroe. Banging the ball off his forehead.
Well, that's
disgusted with himself, excuse me.
Sorry, this has a tribute to Jimmy Connors' return to serve, because he hit that ball just about as hard as does his first serve.
What?
Can't tell who he's motioning to. Maybe that photographer again.
No, he said someone's watch. Someone's watch was
shining. Well, he picked that one down the line. A good thing he got an early start.
That was the point where I think
15-30.
McEnroe, when he gets into trouble, really hugs the net tight. Difficult to pass a guy when he's just crowding the net like that. Nice little lob would have been very effective.
McEnroe changed the pace a little bit on that in that rally.
I don't either.
If he doesn't get it back, it's match point or set point for John McEnroe. Says break point for Jimmy Connors. We keep talking about his return to serve.
Second serve. I was just wondering the same thing. I think he might try to gun it and come in.
It's okay, he can come in. McEnroe leads 5-4, third set.
McEnroe leads 5-4.
With McEnroe leading 5-4 in the third set. Connors serving.
15 love.
Connors came in, followed his serve in.
Sets are 1-all. Connors serving, trying to get even. 5-all in the third.
$30 love.
30 love.
40 love.
Gee, this match has had so many changing patterns, hasn't it?
Really has.
One gets on top and then the other.
Like it might take about 35 minutes when they first started, the way McEnroe played.
Yeah, he went to 3-love in the first set in a couple of minutes.
Bang, bang, bang.
Connors. Five all.
Goes from surge to surge.
That's the way it should be. Sammy's the U.S. Open. Should be close.
5-5 in the third. Sets are 1-all.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
We may have a shave and a birthday before we get out of here.
Incredible. Unbelievable. Right.
Love 15.
The only place you could have gone with it.
Love 15. But don't forget the serve that this guy's got.
All.
Winners, 38 for Connors, 31 for McEnroe.
$30, 15.
That's what McEnroe needed there, too. First serves. Down love 15. Connors all pumped up.
Nice.
Jimmy never quite got set. Shuffling his feet.
It was a good volley from McEnroe right down the middle of the court and reasonably deep.
$40-15. McEnroe trying to go 6-5.
Oh. Can't miss that return.
40, 30.
Was it about 8 games ago McEnroe said to him, how about hitting one across court?
Right.
He said that's enough of hitting them down the line. Hit one cross court for a change. Why would you want to hit a cross court when you're hitting winners down the line?
Game McEnroe.
Game McEnroe. He leads 6-5 in the third set.
McEnroe leads 6-5.
Those Raiders. That last one was a little bit later.
Love
the first
15.
4 were 1 o'clock Eastern time starts.
No flash photography, please.
See McEnroe trying to stop. Sort of stumbles a little bit. But Connors' lob went out. Love 15.
That was a good play from Connors.
15
that was
all.
a key point then. Took McEnroe a little bit by surprise. He hasn't served and volleyed very much.
Serve percentage, Connors 76%, McEnroe 61.
Both climbing a little bit.
Yep. Especially important for McEnroe, I think.
30-15.
A good break for Connors that time. He goes from instant defense to offense when that ball hit the top of the net.
30-15. They'll play the tiebreaker if it gets to be 6-all.
Gee, that was a good pickup from McEnroe because Connors really nailed his volley.
That was one of the options we talked about earlier, where you serve and come in, and when the guy hits and looks up, you're standing there making a volley.
Connors has to be a little bit disappointed at missing his volley, though, because he was on it to make the cross court.
He had a lot of places to go. 30-all.
Set point
30,
for McEnroe.
40.
Called in.
Looked like it hit right on the line because it skidded. Scooted right through.
Deuce.
Boy, great volley by Connors because McEnroe just nailed that passing shot.
He's staring at the line saying, how can you how can you allow the ball to hit you?
How can you be so unkind to me?
Wow, that was, here it is right here. Right on it. Ooh. And then it skids away, so I think John thought he had a chance to get to it.
Set point it was.
Mm-hmm.
Deuce.
Advantage, McEnroe.
It was good.
Yes, it was. Right in the corner. Paid him right back.
That's right. You hit one on the line, I'll hit one on the line.
Third set. 7-5.
Connors made a terrific play to sneak in, had a high one.
Fourth set. McEnroe to serve. Love 15.
Another great return by Connors.
Love 30.
McEnroe immediately in trouble.
He leads 2-1, however.
He lost times at the net, 90 and 146 by McEnroe, 23 and 110 by Connors. McEnroe lost his first serve of the last set.
That's a low percentage for McEnroe, isn't it?
15, 30.
Only 50% of the points when he's come to the net, he's won. I think you have to give a lot of credit for that to the strength of Connors' passing shots.
Plus,
some of
the balls that John's come in like off the return of serve, you know, you don't always get the shot you want. You're just hoping you hit a good one.
quiet, please.
Two break points for Connors.
Game to Connors. McEnroe leads Connors 2-1. Connors serving 1-love in the fourth.
McEnroe was the one that started off early in the first set with a break to go to 3-love, but in the last 3 sets, Connors has been the one that's got the first break. But he's down 2-1. This would be 2 of the best semifinals ever at the Open, wouldn't they?
I would think so. The one earlier today, and it was today, Ivan Lendl beat Pat Cash in 5 sets.
Martina just edged in the win her second US Open against
right.
Chris, 6-4 in the third. That was a good match.
3 sets.
I lost in 3 early this morning to Stan Smith. Was all happening.
30-all.
Biggest surprise of the day was that I won a set.
Didn't surprise us.
Why were you laughing?
We gave you nothing but gracious comments. I just assumed you didn't hear the tape, though.
It's 30-all here.
He leads 2-love in set number 4.
Leads 2-love. Ball change.
First serve percentage for McEnroe, not Connors. You were looking at Connors. Connors a little higher than that. I think they're changing balls, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes, or 2 hours, 27 minutes. The match has been going.
Just out.
Love 15.
McEnroe is checking his foot again. Seemed to have stubbed it a little bit earlier. You never know if he's in pain or not, though.
How come, Pat?
It looks that way all the time.
He got asked the other day in a press conference.
30.
Why do you look so pained out there? And he said, well, I'm concentrating. They don't tell other people in other sports they can't look serious and pained. He said maybe tennis will get recognition for that, the serious part of it, and then people like you will stop asking stupid questions.
Sometimes it hurts to think.
Love 30, McEnroe in trouble again.
Oh, he missed one. It's one of the few backhand down the lines. Although I did notice that time that McEnroe was running straight for the line, which is a smart play after 3 sets. Force him to try to hit some of those backhands across court.
First serve. All. $40-30.
Two big first serves from McEnroe. Got him out of the hole. 40-30. He's serving at love 2 on the 4th.
Game, McEnroe.
McEnroe hold.
All.
Yep.
He lost that in the lights.
30-15.
Jumped up in the air. He had to look up.
Looked to me like he was a little casual.
It was too easy.
Yeah. Popped up. He thought he had a sitter, which he did.
30-15, excuse me.
That was a big point, too.
All.
That's first gentleman to win a Grand Slam. Don Budge was his wife Lori in the back. Pancho Segura scratching his beard. Been here all day long. Pancho Segura inducted this year into the Tennis Hall of Fame.
Everybody who's been here this day has got a beard.
That's true.
$40-30.
McEnroe really upset with himself. 40-30. No, it's just not just himself. Got it back together, maybe.
Game, Connors.
Connors leads 3-1 in the 4th now. McEnroe still 2
Connors
sets
leads
to 1 up.
3-1.
As you say, it wouldn't be right if this didn't go 5 sets, would it?
Let me tell you, close your eyes.
time just moved to 236.
You every time.
That's the shot I was talking about earlier when got the short ball.
Love 15.
Let's have a look at Connors now as he moves in. Now look at McEnroe. He'll close in on the net. See how he's moving forward, his weight going forward, looking for the passing shot. One-hander from Connors.
Had to be.
Yeah, pulled off a pretty good one too.
15 all.
Yes. Giving McEnroe all sorts of trouble from that first court.
30.
Here's the return. He went to the forehand that time on the serve. Now look at this one. Bang, there's the opening. Speed. Wasn't that far close to the line, was it? Just
Really?
Just speed.
Nailed it.
I'm not sure John saw it. He might have heard it.
Well, this may just about put us into the fifth set for sure.
40.
Not a bad shot, huh?
Great shot. No place else he could have gone with it.
That's right. He sort of held it, didn't he, in sense that McEnroe was going to start his weight moving across to the left. Not much room down the line, but McEnroe's weight was going the other way.
2 break points.
30, 40. Deuce.
Jimmy doesn't care for the call.
Tell me you didn't see that one?
By the machine was good.
There's another look at it. There's no way you can tell on the replay.
Advantage, McEnroe. McEnroe.
3-2, Connors leads in the fourth set. The story, Connors serving at 3-2 in the fourth. McEnroe leads 2-1. This is live tennis from the 1984 United States Open.
Love 15.
That last game, 15-40 on McEnroe's serve, that would have just about tied the setup for Connors, 4-1 and 2 breaks. Huge game. Led 3-1 in the third set.
Right.
And McEnroe reeled off 4 straight games to go to 5-3.
Yep.
Super shot. McEnroe takes it moving in, short backswing, doesn't get it real deep. Connors gets a good cross court.
It was a good cross court because McEnroe wasn't leaning to the left, was he? He was right in the middle of the court.
15-30.
Yep.
First serve.
Yep.
First serve.
You got to be kidding. Thing looked like he hit 2 feet out. Whatever, it's the first serve.
Yeah.
Ooh. 30 off.
Break point for McEnroe.
30.
Could get him even at 3-all.
It was a good drive, wasn't it? He didn't try to club it, he just controlled it down depth.
I choked.
Two.
Dad's reaching for the neck a little
Yeah.
too.
Mother's looking at the moon. Deuce.
Good serve.
McEnroe bangs the racket. Connors wins the game. He leads 4-2 in the fourth.
That's the hardest serve he's hit.
Leads 4-2.
That was a good serve. Actually, McEnroe didn't bang his racket. Then he's got that down to a fine technique. He
just ticks it.
Yeah, he just sort of scrapes it along the ground.
A lot of practice.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. About 15.
You know, it's interesting in this set, only once has a server won the first point on his serve, and that was Connors in the second game. Other than that, the other guys always won at least the first game. First point, I mean.
That is unusual, isn't it? Because usually the server tries to dominate the game by getting that first point.
McEnroe has now been to the net 104 times, 151 points. Connors 26 times and 113 points, 15 all.
You could get tired just running to the net 104 times.
I'd need an ambulance if I went to the net 104 times.
Second serve coming.
Grimacing a little bit. I think his leg is hurting him some more. When he bent over that time, I think what he does is sort of puts his foot down hard and tries to twist the leg, try to see if he can get something back in place or whatever. First serve percentages. McEnroe continues to climb a little bit.
Sounds like he's tearing something loose every time he serves.
30.
It's actually, along with the hitting, there's the grunt that McEnroe has when he serves and the grunt that Connors has when he returns.
They grunt when they make drop shots, though, you know.
Another great lob.
Deuce.
Moved John around pretty well.
Yeah, just thinking if Lendl's watching this match back in the hotel, he's got to be happy. They're getting a pretty good workout.
He's getting two things he asked for. He said, don't cut the TV off so I can watch him on TV and make him go 5 sets like I did.
Advantage, McEnroe.
14 aces for John. He always seems to pull one out when he needs it. Rifled that one by his parents.
Deuce. Let's watch Jimmy down the other end. I think he saw it coming. Jumped all over it.
That's his favorite forehand. Down the line. Sort of slides it just a little. He was moving into it.
Yeah, body weight moving forward. That's the ideal way to return serve if you can do it.
The only way you get Jimmy's body weight moving backwards if he stumbles.
Yep.
He's trying to jam him on that serve, but
Patty Connors and Brett.
Brett fighting to stay awake.
He's saying, come on, Dad. Let's go home.
Break point.
McEnroe taking a lot of time.
Now the decision. Try to serve and follow it in, or do you serve and stay back?
Connors gets the break. Connors up 5-2. Fourth set. McEnroe leading 2-1, but Connors trying to level that.
And that's 2 service breaks. So that's 5-2 lead. Is a lot bigger than it would be if McEnroe were serving. Service breaks thus far.
This is the men's semifinal. The winner to play Ivan Lendl tomorrow.
And this is live.
It is indeed.
We had a similar position in the second set. Connors led 5-2 serving. McEnroe broke. Saved some set points in the next game. Almost got back to 5-all.
15 love.
Connors serving and coming into volley.
You know, when you look at the last 3 sets, McEnroe's really the one that's been playing catch up all the time. Connors has been away early in each set with a break.
Hello.
15 all.
Didn't look like much, but it sure was effective.
Wasn't it? Just right in the corner.
15 all.
That was a bit awkward looking.
$30-15.
Well, that's twice now that he just knocked off
30 all.
clean winners with Connor staying in the backcourt.
One off the forehand, one off the backhand.
Both in the same area.
Where do you serve the next ball?
Great point for McEnroe.
Connor's just mad at himself right now.
I haven't hit serves that badly this game.
What do I have to do?
Yeah.
Deuce.
McEnroe has been to the net 112 times in the match. Connors 28, McEnroe 54 winners, Connors 15.
We've got players that wouldn't go to the net that often in his career.
Unbelievable.
Jimmy thought he could do it with the speed of shot. Short ball here. Watch McEnroe wait, and then go.
It's the way to do it, isn't it? Hold your position and then go.
But also you got to guess. A lot of people just stand there. You know they're going to go one way or the other. Another break point.
He almost made that look easy.
McEnroe tries to come in behind the return again.
Good serve.
McEnroe gets the break. Connors has two, or had two. Still has the two, but McEnroe got one of them back.
That was a good serve from Connors. Then I think he thought he'd catch McEnroe as he was trying to run in.
Well, he accomplished one thing he wanted to do, and that was keep him from coming in. So McEnroe still down a break. It's 3-5, fourth set. McEnroe leads 2-1.
Love.
15 aces now for McEnroe.
He served 7 double faults. Connors has 1 of each.
One more time.
30-15.
That's as good as I've ever seen him hit that shot.
Yeah, obviously, you know, that
All day.
side is open against a McEnroe because he stands so far over to serve, but you have to be able to handle his serve well enough and direct it that well.
$40-15.
Exactly 3 hours. McEnroe and Connors have been battling, and it's really been a battle.
What was the time on the other semis, you remember? About 3 hours 40 or something?
I'll tell you in a second.
Much more than 3 hours.
No, I won't, because I didn't write the final time. Well, they were.
$40-30.
They were 2:35 after the 4th set of the other men's semi. 3:40, 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Should have stayed with my guess.
Game McEnroe.
McEnroe holds.
Quiet, please.
Seen 123 games and 2 tiebreakers today. Connors leading 5-4 in the 4th. Trying to even things at 2 sets apiece.
Carbon copy of the second at the moment.
It's out.
15 love.
15 love.
Taking a little extra time.
Getting thoughts together.
Yep, doesn't want to let this one get away. Wants to go to set 5.
$15-30.
Now it's a little tense.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
We wouldn't get a serve and volley out of him now, would we?
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Missed it.
30 all.
McEnroe thinks the serve was wide.
It's his call.
Says it's good. Pretty tough to come out and say, look at A Mark. They've played, you know, 800 matches out there on that court, and they don't sweep it and drag it every day like they do a clay court on two-cut court.
30 all. Try.
Break point for McEnroe. Get him back on serve.
30-40.
Yeah, that was a well-played point by both of them, wasn't it? McEnroe had to come up with an unbelievable drop shot on the stretch. Drop volley.
Please. Thank you.
It was close.
I think he didn't like the call.
Advantage Connors. And now it's set point for Jimmy Connors.
Fourth set, Connors.
It's out. Seems only right
that we should go to 5. You got a ticket today. You got a bargain.
McEnroe to serve.
Crowd really into this match now, and many of them have stayed this long day. Has to be certainly one of the most memorable days ever in the history of tennis in the United States, certainly.
I'm thinking, how much is it taken out of McEnroe playing catch-up the last 3 sets?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it would have to take a lot out of anybody.
He's got behind early in each of the last 3 sets and had to fight, try to claw his way back into it. Even though he was leading 2 sets to 1, he had still been playing catch-up.
Father McEnroe can't be too happy about this development.
Well, we know one thing. This is going to be the final set tonight.
We may yet run into 60 minutes, and it's not on until tomorrow. One of the few he's missed when he tried that shot.
You know, this really does work in Ivan Lendl's favor because he was finished much earlier. He's had a chance to eat at a decent time, and he'll get a normal night's sleep. These players are used to playing at night, but they're going to have to come back and play tomorrow afternoon in the winter. Whoever it is, I think they're going to show up.
Finals of the U.S. Open, I would think so. McEnroe really spun that second serve, didn't he?
That was the one you were talking about at Wimbledon.
That's
where
right.
He was kicking it away, but he hasn't been able to do that much
Well,
here.
the court is too smooth for the jump off to the side. It'll come up a little bit, but won't kick off as much. So it sort of sits up a little more and says, hit me. That one did kick some, though.
.40 love. Ace for McEnroe. That's number 16, and he wins the first game of the final. Nobody should lose.
That's right.
Still got some spring left in those legs. The wife of our illustrious director, Bob Daly. That's Jerry Daly.
I'm sure their daughter, Tara, is probably watching all this.
Wide.
Love 30.
McEnroe now is going back to what he did in the first set.
And from the first game of this set and the first 2 points of this game, it looks as though McEnroe has shifted to another gear. I don't know whether he can keep going with it, but at the moment he has. He's found another gear to move to.
Just barely missed it.
15-30.
Trying to take Connor's first serve or second serve, that the case might be, and come to the net quickly.
Taking the ball
15,
so early.
40.
Half volley almost from the baseline.
2 break points for McEnroe. Trying to break out on top in this final set. Was out.
Game, McEnroe.
Gets it done.
McEnroe leads 2-love.
The men's semifinal. 32-year-old Jimmy Connors against John McEnroe, the #1 player in the world. Lost only 5-set match of this year to Lendl in the French Open final.
Thank you.
That was after having a 2-set-to-love lead. Points for breaks in 2 or 3 games in the 3rd and 4th set. Ivan won it in 5.
15-love.
Could it be possible that that man right there, Jimmy Connors, is starting to get a little tired?
See him moving his legs up and down.
Yep. If he's not, something's wrong with him.
He'd never tell you, of course.
30-love.
I know that man that just served the ball is that gear I was talking about. Looks like he's stuck in it.
17th
overdrive.
Look out! You talk about rapid fire. Here's another look at it.
40-love.
Eyeball to eyeball. Guns it straight at him. Hands, little late, little miss hit, catch the top of the net. Boy, that is quick stuff. They've been out there over 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Game, McEnroe.
McEnroe.
Quiet, please.
We're live
Thank
still.
you.
We're in the 5th set. Connors serving at love 3.
Well, that's 2 in a row at the net.
Love 15.
Here they come. Let cord gets McEnroe in trouble. 1, 2. 2-handed volley that time by Connors.
Why does he keep going at McEnroe?
I was just going to ask you that.
Well, I think he was trying to go down the line that time, and John guessed right.
15 all.
That one just barely missed.
But when they get into a close falling net exchange, McEnroe's got to have the edge.
Well, I think once it gets going back and forth fast, then I can't really control it too well, you know.
Did look like he had a lot of court he could have gone to.
Yep.
$30, 15.
McEnroe has hit 50 winners. Connors has hit 51 winners.
Good lob.
Almost pulled it off.
One-handed too. That's a super shot.
30 all.
Almost got knocked down with the serve.
Wasn't this a great lob though? He's well back behind the baseline, controlled the cross court, and a one-hander from Jimmy. Has to take a little bit out of him. Back live 30 all.
Wide, look out.
30, 40.
Now, another break point, or a break point in this game for McEnroe. This would give him 2 breaks in the 5th set if he can win this one. Of course, Connors has other ideas. He missed it wide.
Ooh.
Boy, he measured it too.
He just missed it.
He took his time, made a good smooth stroke out of it. I have a feeling that Connors might have broken his racket when he bounced it.
I think he might have put it out of shape a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when it bounced, it didn't come back up, did it?
No, it
It
didn't.
just sat on the court.
Boy, that was a big point right there. And incidentally, you might
Especially
recall
if he was playing with a racket that was out of shape.
Connors served and followed it in. He's only done that a few times.
Pretty gutsy play.
Another good lob by Connors.
Advantage Connors.
That showed me a little bit of fatigue in the McEnroe legs. He didn't back up quickly. He really didn't jump too well for that one.
Advantage Connors. Gotta be tired.
They're running on fumes now and adrenaline.
3:22 left in the match.
Deuce.
Both done a lot of work in this particular one game, that's for sure, apart from the rest of the match. Connors especially has done a lot of running.
On behalf of all of us, I'd just like to say
Connors.
thank you to our technical crew. They've been out here all day long as we have. They've done such a superb job of bringing you this great day of tennis.
Aren't they great to work with?
Quiet, please. Connors.
There's a battle. Connors gets on the board in the final
McEnroe
set.
leads 3-1.
That one was a must-win for Connors then. Back against the wall. 4-love and 2 breaks down after a long game like that. It would have been a long, long way back.
Of course, you never know, Tony and Newt. Connors is 32 years old. It could be his last serious challenge for a major title. 32 is not old by any means.
Yeah, we were burying Jimmy Connors 2 years ago here, and he ended up winning it. And then last year, so well, we might be too old, lose some enthusiasm. He won it again. And here he's battling right down to the wire in set 5.
First serve.
That was said about Chris too in writing,
yes,
that perhaps this would be her last bona fide shot at a major championship. I doubt that.
We'd like to alert our affiliates that after 11 p.m. East Coast time, we will alternate commercial positions. The first position will be a network position. It's 10:53 Eastern time now. Oh, what a return. McEnroe can't believe it.
15 all.
Play on that ball to me. I don't know whether he was thinking about letting it go or what, but didn't seem like a funny volley to you, Newt?
A couple of forehand volleys tonight. 3 or 4 times he's done that where he's let it get behind him, and I don't know whether it's the night play or what.
It's certainly well-directed shot by Connors.
Connors has worked on McEnroe's forehand volley though. Most of his returns have been directed there.
Unforced errors, 29 McEnroe, 16 Connors.
30 all.
In fact, returning from the first court, he has gone to McEnroe's forehand volley regularly.
Notice something? Starting to cramp, maybe?
No. Oh, big serve.
Just at the right time too.
40,
Would you say
30.
McEnroe's forehand or backhand volley is the safer of the two, or is it a toss-up?
I don't know. I think he's an excellent volleyer, and I think it may be a given day it switches, but
yeah, I can't think of a reason why he would be going to McEnroe's forehand
not
volley.
necessarily. Oh. Didn't come over.
Game to McEnroe. Oh, Mom, I hope you get the message. She's got a reason for staying.
There are a lot of moms that want to get that message.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Connors will serve to McEnroe. McEnroe with a 4-1 lead in the final set.
And that is just one break.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We thanked and expressed our gratitude to the technical staff, also to the production people who've been here all this long day.
Amen.
A very gratifying day, I might say. Probably never topped in the history of the U.S. Open. Well out.
40-15.
40-15.
Billy Talbot was saying to me the other day, gee, I wish I'd have had some better matches.
Yeah. Yeah, someone said to me, well, they just haven't had any close matches, anything really exciting. And I said, they've had a lot of them. You didn't see some of them.
Seen some today.
Connors.
Game Connors.
McEnroe leads 4-2.
Connors just moving his legs up and down. I don't think he's going to get cramps or be tight or anything. He's just keeping some flex in there.
They might be tightening a little bit, so you stretch him out a little bit.
Please.
He works hard in practice, too. When he comes out to practice, he doesn't just hit a few balls and rally. He really works hard. It's in marvelous shape.
You'd have to be.
15 love.
Checking. Remember, he changed rackets a little while ago.
So about the second or third one of those is missed, it seems like. This can't be me. It must be the racket.
How many times do you think McEnroe's been to the net now? Has to be at what? 131?
132.
132, right.
30 love.
30 love.
This is a great shot from Connors. The opening is
30,
down the line,
15.
but not much to work with. See McEnroe moving to cover the down the line shot. Just a great shot. Connors, you see, lifting his legs up and down. That was a solid volley from McEnroe, wasn't it? He hit it well.
I think that's why he sort of stood there, because he thought he'd hit it well enough, and this late in the match, Jimmy probably wouldn't get there and make an effective shot.
Now he knows.
Yep.
For Connors today.
Really has.
30 all.
Something I believe that you have to do against McEnroe. Even if you don't win a lot of points that way, you got to lob him, because he does get very close to the net.
It's a good thing to do against most net rushers. You got to use that as part of your weaponry.
But John does, after he hits that first volley, he does keep his momentum going very much towards the net.
30 all.
Connors rubbing his shoulder and his neck. Dirty all, as you said.
Break point for Connors.
30, 40.
Some battle.
That late in the match, you might cramp up doing all that stuff.
Thank you.
Or hurt your shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, maybe give it one pump, but
save the rest.
That was a 6 pumper.
Break point.
He's got to serve and volley, I think.
Just barely. was close.
I wouldn't be a linesman for all the tea in China.
Here's another look. And again, you're not going to be able to tell on the replay. Deuce. Really got to give the lines people and umpires a tremendous amount of credit. It's a thankless job. They do a heck of a job. Jammed him with that one.
McEnroe.
Also a sincere salute to the ball boys and ball girls. You hardly notice them around. They do such a good job. Connor's getting down real low.
McEnroe.
Good time to come up with that shot. And John Newcomb. And this is still live tennis. The men's semifinal between McEnroe and Connors at the National Tennis Center in Flushing Meadow, New York. Connors is out now. McEnroe comes out.
I can't believe you got people leaving now. They've been here since noon or earlier.
Seats,
Play
please.
as long
Thank
as
you.
Ivan Lendl, 3 hours and 40 minutes. So Ivan got his wish. Connors to serve, 2-5, final set.
If he's watching back at the hotel or wherever he is, he's probably hoping Connor's going to come back, take it to the tiebreak.
15-love.
This might be a little bit of a coasting game for McEnroe.
Yeah, one way to go about it is try to hit some winners, get the guy in trouble. If you get him down love 30 or 15-30, work for it. Otherwise, just sort of don't waste any energy. Now, if I were doing it, I'd go for outright winners on the return to serve and not worry about running much.
Especially now.
Yep.
You're down love 30.
What if you feel strong, though? I mean, you're fit and you feel strong. Why not keep the pressure on the other guy?
If you feel that good.
You never got tired in the 5th set, did you?
I was going to chase everything I could chase. I know that.
Good. 40 love.
Speaking of going for winners.
40-15.
40-15. Connor serving. Serving at 2-5 in the 5th. Still only down one service break. Hit the top of the net and also the edge of the line.
30.
And it was a slight mishit off the racket.
And you know what? He'll take it.
Every time.
Now McEnroe has a chance to serve for the match.
You know, Pat, this telecast is going live to Australia as well, and I think it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon there now, just after that. I think the taverns are now open.
Good. How long does it take us to get there? How long does it take us to get there? Connors has 7 breaks. McEnroe has 6. McEnroe serving for the match.
Thank you.
McEnroe has the key break right now. That's the one he's holding in this 5th and final set. Boy, that's a bad break for Connors.
15-love.
A great one for McEnroe. That was labeled winner all the way.
That return was just ripped down the line. McEnroe really had to move quickly to get on top of that before it got below net height on the bounce.
Good volley.
Great shot.
Got a bit behind him too.
It was tight.
30-love.
Close to the body. McEnroe now 2 points away from moving into the finals against Ivan Lendl.
Be a repeat of the French championships this year.
Yep.
It was a great 5-setter.
He's not there yet.
Pat Cash had 30 love serving for the match against Lendl in the 5th earlier today.
A lot earlier today.
Ooh, big
what a
serve.
Second serve.
Blasted him with a second serve.
That was almost as fast as his first.
Quiet, please.
Surprise, Jimmy.
3 match points.
Thank you.
Good serve. Match lasted 3 hours and 46 minutes. John McEnroe advances to the final. Defeats Jimmy Connors 6-4, 4-6, 7-5, 4-6, 6-3. Great match. Great match. For John Newcomb, Tony Trabert, Virginia Wade, Brent Musburger. There's Brett Connors getting a caress from father, a love from father.
Thanks very much. I'll see you.
That's the situation. After the football, it'll be the #1 seed, John McEnroe, against #2 seeded Ivan Lendl in the finals. We'll be live again at 4.